Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well and happy Sunday indeed. And I hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. I mean, over here in the UK, this is bank holiday weekend, so long weekend, including Monday as well. So, a lot going on. And I hope wherever you are and you've been, um, relaxing, maybe with a spot of stitching. If not, I hope you're ready to stitch with me as well. And today, we're visiting this old friend, kind of an old friend. I have not worked on this piece for a little while. So if you are new to the channel, you might not even see me working on this piece before. And I kind of had a little check on the date the last time I worked on it. It was just briefly after the new year, in the very beginning of January. So it's been a little while. We're in May, guys. Can you believe it? We're in May. And I'm not going to talk about weather because I jinxed it. Yesterday, I was bragging about how great the weather was in London. And lo and behold, it started raining as I spoke. So today, I'm going to keep it quiet. But let's say I have no complaints so far. Let's just keep it that way. So, today, yes, I had a pretty relaxing and very nice visit to Mr. Yogi's parents. We had some lunch and it's really nice to catch up. We don't get to see them that frequently, so we do our best and to go for a visit. And so really nice. And we just got home not very long ago. So I am ready. When I'm looking at a piece, and particularly a piece I have not touched for a little while, a lot of times for good reasons. Even I'm not feeling it, I'm not stitching it. I have no obligation. This is what I do for love, for enjoyment. But whenever I'm ready to stitch a piece, it feels good. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to stitch this piece. If you don't know which piece I'm talking about, let me show you the markup. Have a look at that. This is by Ciro Marchetti. I have several patterns from him, and the style of this one and the other ones I've got, like the old craft room, the old what's the other one? The old kitchen. The style is very different. You probably noticed those two pieces are slightly different from this one, and this one is definitely very different from the more recent patterns released by Ciro Marchetti. They're more kind of surreal, not quite reality, but the style is very different. But I love these older pieces, and I'm really connecting to these. And this one is probably one of the first patterns I got from Heaven and Earth in the very beginning. I mostly bought in the first shopping spree. I remember I probably bought 3 or 4 minis because I thought in minis would be easier to stitch. And before I got a lot more ambitious and started stitching the full size. So this was one of the first sort of mini patterns that I've got, and I started working on it right away. And so let me show you my progress here. This is actually my second attempt. The first attempt, I talked about it during one of my whip parades that I did early in of last year. I actually did it. I'll tell you the story a little bit later, but I just want to get to the progress of this piece. Okay. Oh dear, I have not even loaded up my app here. Give me a second here. Okay, we are professional here, and I'm gonna bring on my app view here. Let's have a look. There you go. Okay, so here we are. So let me zoom out a little bit. So this is a mini. I want to show you the dimension because I'm not quite sure myself. So typical mini from Heaven and Earth. So this is a Heaven and Earth pattern. 325 if you look at the upper left there, by 227. So we're talking about 300 by 250-ish kind of, dimension. Not super big, but not super small either. But this is small in heaven and earth terms. But just, I want you to appreciate the color changes here. So for mini, regular colors, it's still 90, the same number of colors as regular size, which is much larger, and but same number of thread sort of color changes. So if you look at the bottom on the left side panel, it says 89, just one color short of the 90 colors, which is, for maximum for regular colors. And just think about the equal number of colors within a much smaller dimension, area. So in theory, there will be more color changes. So sometimes it can be misleading with it's a smaller, less stitches, but it doesn't mean less color changes. It could be more confetti if we do the math, right? But this piece, I'm very proud. It's currently over 20%, guys. When was the last time you saw a piece that I'm stitching that's over 20%? And I'm slightly shocked because I really don't I have not worked on this piece that frequently, particularly the past few months, but not too bad at all, 21. And of course, I am going to start a sprint here, right here in front of you. Guys, I've done it, okay? I've done it. And this is going to capture every single stitch I'm about to do. And at the end of every stream, I share the number with you. And let's see how we're doing today, because different stitching style, different patterns can vary so much. So, but of course, before I get anywhere at all, I want to say hello to you. Guys, my heart is full of love for you and so happy to see you here. And thank you for joining me every day. I am just overjoyed. And first of all, the first to report to the chat is our Lizzie. And Lizzie is coming forward with a quote as well. Oh, we're so lucky. We've got Sarah, we've got Lizzie. And Lizzie says, imagination is more important than knowledge. And it's from Albert Einstein. Greeting, fellow stitchers, and greeting to you, Lizzie. Thank you for that. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Yes, I mean, knowledge is data, but imagination is boundless. And I think imagination is coming externally. You can't think your way to become creative. But what you can do is open to receive whatever inspiration is out there, and it becomes part of your part of your creativity as well. So thank you so much, Lizzie, and a wonderful quote there. And Raja is here as well. Welcome, Raja. Right on time. Second to report to the chat. Says hello everyone. Happy Stitching Sunday, and we'll be in and out. No problem at all. We're here with you, and take Yogi with you wherever you go. Right. And Linda is here as well. Well done. Report to the chat. Linda Diamond says, hi everyone, happy Sunday stitching, fabulous day. Yes, every day is beautiful, isn't it? And we also have Clover Stitcher, and Lefty is here joining us as well. And Kelly Quotes Plus as well. And Amanda is also here, welcome back. And Heather Houston, hello. And who else have we got? And Daria is also here. And let me switch to this side of my chat panel so I can see. And who else have we got? Crafty tabby cat as well. Very crafty cat. Oh, today I've been, feeding a few cats myself. And Daria is here as well. Let's have a look. And Clara, hello Clara, welcome back. And Susan, our lovely Susan is here, and Gayla as well. I hope you're feeling great today. And Stargazer, hello, welcome back. And Hamme is here. Good morning from Australia. And Susanna, lovely Suzanne, is here. And let's say hello to Kathy as well. Kathy says good afternoon. So everybody's in different time zones. Wonderful, isn't it? And in London, it's nearly 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. But we're here for it. We're here for it. And Mandy Moran, hello, hello. And Peaches, welcome back. And we also have Betty Hankins as well. Oh, Betty says, my mother turned 81 5th April. It's today, isn't it? No, it's 3rd May. So it's last month. I lost track which month this is. Yes, and congratulations and happy birthday to Betty's mom, 81. Amazing. And who else have we got? Shilly, Lulu, hello. Bilan, long time no see. Oh, have we met before, Bilan? Sorry, I can't. My chat that allows me to highlight kind of stopped. Let me just restart that. I'd love to fix this. Okay, let me just do a little bit of reset here. Yes, well, welcome back. Great to see you again. If we met before, sorry, it's probably a little while. I normally remember people's handles in some way. It rings a bell. Maybe it's been a little bit. So welcome. And Cat government as well. Hello from Ottawa, Canada. Welcome. And Sarah just joined us. Sarah just say quick hello. Yes, Sarah, on Sunday it's family time, isn't it? So wonderful for you to drop in to say hello. And Lynn is also here. Hello, and hello to Cynthia as well. And Holly Lily is here. Wow, amazing. And who else have we got? And oh, Joyce has joined us. Great to have you back. Hope you have a lovely rest last night. And Samantha as well. Great to see you, Samantha. And oh, just one more. And Catherine Stitches is also here saying hello to the chat. And Yogi as well. And yes, thank you so much for joining me. So this piece is a mini, as I said it on the title there. Sometimes we think small being easy, not when it comes to full coverage from Heaven and Earth, and probably a few others as well. Like Stitch is so beautiful. Some of you are stitching. It's a wonderful company that I just discovered very recently. We're going to do a marathon style with Stitches So Beautiful's pattern. But if you look at Stitches So Beautiful's mini, oh no, if you think it's easier, think again, think twice, think 3 times. I've seen Stitches working on those. They're just equally, I don't want to say confetti is a negative thing, because we embrace the challenges, right? When we come to this, when we stitch this type of pattern, we accept there will be quite a lot of color changes, and we're here for it. So I just want to show you how I got here. So let me just show you my app one more time. Let me zoom out so you can see the full area that I've stitched in. So this is 20% of this pattern. This is what it looks like. And I started from upper left. I remember being so excited and so enjoy the process of starting this project from the green stitches here. And I was working on this piece with block by block parking, which was my default go-to parking method. And the first parking method I learned as well. And I have a tutorial, a walkthrough demonstration under a video section there as well, if you wonder what it is. But look at this, moving downwards, it was getting more and more challenging in terms of confetti. I want to show you the most confetti area. So far, there are about 3 areas, just in this small, completion corner here. There's 3 major areas. There's super, super confetti for this pattern. Okay, one is this blanket on the left there, like a throw. I have not finished it completely, but just look at that. That was relentless. And then the second area will be this area right here, which is my focus area today, the pink flowers. And a lot of color changes. But also, these stained glass windows, they look harmless, right? They look nice and pretty, super confetti as well. So, yeah. So this piece is not easy. You know, if you try to avoid confetti, I think if you're trying to avoid confetti, probably better to stitch dimensions. Probably a lot easier. But we're here for it. I'm here for the challenges. And today, I'm using quite a small hoop today to help me to focus to this area I'm about to work on. And it's around this area. So I'm going to give myself some freedom to move up and down this diagonal line. So it's diagonal block by block parking. And I kind of go back and forth a little bit, do a little bit of a cross country. You can see the legacy stitches here from other methods. But today I'm going to go back to the good old block by block parking method. I'm not totally, for a moment, I kind of entertain the idea of maybe doing block by block, but row by row at the same time. But I think this is a Sunday. I think I'm going to go for a color completion, which could be potentially a little bit faster, depends on the confetti level. And so maybe at some point I would do row by row. Row by row is good if it's just so confetti that you literally just want to slow down. You don't care about, you know, the speed, which I don't really, essentially. But it takes, you know, allows you to do it one stitch at a time. But today, I think I'm going to do color completion instead and see how it goes. Okay, so are you ready? I'm ready. I've got a cat hair here. I need to remove. Hang on a sec. Sticky tape. And yeah, guys, and let me know what you're working on today. So, and I'd love to know. I know quite a lot of you starting a lot of new projects. They're so interesting from all over the place. And I love the diversity as well, because for me, for a while, I was deeply just in the heaven and earth world and stitching the patterns only. And it's nice to expand to other companies as well, isn't it? And stitching the charts, they're being charted differently. So I'm going to start from this area. It looks like the last time, maybe this is what this was where I ended. So it's partially finished with one part thread here. So I'm going to start here. And let's see how it goes. Kelly says, Yogi, you're funny with the name butchering. Yes, I'm pretty good at that. I think there are not many things that I'm just excellent at, but butchering names and is one of my fortes. And so here I am going to start from this color here, from this part thread. And let's go. So this is 25 count fabric. I'm stitching with DMC floss 1/1. It was feeling good already. The tension of the fabric's excellent, excellent. Kelly says, I'm happy with the small chart from Stitches So Beautiful for its Halloween night. So far, the confetti in the moon has not been too hard. I think it's looking good. Wonderful. The few mini patterns from Stitches So Beautiful that I've seen, they seem quite confetti. So it probably depending on, it depends on the pattern, the image as well. So, but you never know. Maybe the starting point isn't so confetti, but moving to some areas, it becomes more challenging. But one stitch at a time. This is what we're doing here. And let me move up here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And sometimes I just, change the size of the hoops I'm using, depending on how much of the fabric and completed area I want to see. Sometimes it's nice to change the size, to change the scenery a little bit. You know, if your frame is smaller, everything looks different. So you don't get visually kind of fatigued. Oh, what now? Already? Why are we having fire alarm already? Who's raising an alarm? Oh, in a work mode. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, guys, you know, nothing escapes the chat. Yes, I forgot to bring on the work mode. Thank you so much, Hame. Yes, got it, got it. Is that the reason for the fire alarm? Nothing else, right? I have not stitched incorrectly already, which could happen, could happen. And there you go. Hopefully it's all good now. The fire alarm is still going on. What is going on? Yes. And I've got my work mode back. Can you not see it? And the chat is always keeping an eye on what I'm doing. Let's have a look. So how come the fire alarm is still going on? Who is hitting those buttons? Stop it. I've got my work mode on now. Have a look. And Susan is working on Best Friends, which is a mouse sitting on a chicken. What? Sitting on a cow. Wow, it's like a 3-tier cake. Interesting. I love to see that pattern. Yes, Best Friends. Billen says I'm currently stitching on a stamp kit with rayon threads. Oh, is that different brand of threads? Yes, I'd love to eventually find a stamp kit I like. I'd love to try it. All the tension of the fabric, delicious. Let me just make sure that I'm stitching in the correct area. So, okay, I'm moving up over here actually. So, let me see. I think there are 2 stitches here. They're done already. Oh, all right. This stitch on top is done. So there are a few stitches from the look of it I have not marked. Chiviz, hello, welcome. And Catherine says I'm working on Crafty Cat from Pain Free Craft. One, two. Interesting. Okay, so there's some stitches here I may need to fudge. Okay, so I notice the few stitches, they don't match completely, so I'm aware of that. So I am going to stitch over here. This purple stitch should be below. That's why. That's the confusion. This purple stitch is 1 stitch too high. But this area is quite fudgeable. You know, it's just a whole bunch of flowers. And probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Just 1 stitch at a time. Oh, you know what I've done? I totally lost the plot. I was supposed to be doing block by block, and lo and behold, I just wandered off somewhere else, totally different. I'm doing cross country. No way. Okay, I'm going to rein it back. I totally ignore what I set out to do. So I'm going to just do these remaining 3 stitches. I'm going to come back within the block. I totally lost the plot there. I just kept going. All right, that's okay. That's okay. I would like to do block by block today because it's quite confetti, so I don't want to wander too far. And I'm going to just do 1 more stitch here, and I'm going to park. How's that? I'm going to park it away from here. Let's have a look. Let me park the block below. So with parking method, block by block, you always park 3. You always park at a stitch that is on the highest point and upper left. From the upper left, the highest stitch that you've got. So this will be here. All right, let me come back to this block. Ooh, let me draw a few lines here so I strengthen the gridding because it's been a little bit. And I'll think about whether I want to mark, I want to grid 5 by 5 as well. But hopefully within a block, it should be doable with our 5 by 5. Okay, I want to focus on this block, okay, without straying away. Yes, Catherine, I noticed there's some irregularity happening here. But let me come back to this block and focus on that. So let me zoom in a little bit so you can watch every step I make in case I do something wrong. So this block, yes, it's kind of expected. It's confetti. Okay, so I'm going to start from the top and patiently work on 1 stitch at a time. It will be worth it. 317, 317. Is a grey. You know, today being Bank Holiday Sunday, because Bank Holiday, well, on Friday, my evening classes, they were a little bit smaller because people were probably going away on holiday, whatever. And also Friday nights, people want to go out, isn't it? And but today, the morning classes, they were jam-packed. It's just so wonderful. People, you know, want to get up in the early morning on Sunday and to practice together. You know, my Sunday morning classes, particularly the first one, it's probably one of my strongest classes. I can go all out with the sequences and challenge them because sometimes you want to tone it down a little bit so you don't scare people, scare the students away. But I try to give them really creative ways of practicing the same poses they've probably been doing for a long time. You know, sometimes you can it's kind of, you know, fall into the kind of, what is it called? Autopilot. You just start doing things that you know how to do for ages, because some of them probably have been practicing for a long time. And I noticed that with myself as well. If I go to a teacher, that teacher's pretty much similar sequences most of the time, with a little bit of variation, and the same way of entering the pose, exit the pose. I just start to tune out, stop thinking about what I'm doing. So I want to kind of not for that to happen. I try to find different ways to get the students to move into postures, and I think they enjoy it. So this particular Sunday morning class it's always really busy, but I didn't expect it to be busy today because it's a bank holiday weekend. On Sunday, I'm just thinking, well, Saturday evening they probably will go out, you know, had a good night, and Sunday morning they probably go, nah, I'm going to just stay in bed. But no, they all turned up and they practiced really hard. So I'm so proud of them. I'm so happy. You know, I'm one of those teachers. I really need to, I feed into the students' energy. I want to hear your breath. I want to know that you're there connected, you know, with your practice. And it really, you know, gives me a lot of energy when I see the students work really hard. And I work harder as well. So. Oh, Suzanne is hitting the chocolate. Yes, why not? You know, whenever you need chocolate, it's right there for you, isn't it? And the next one's 2 stitches. I'm going to be patient, okay? 02. Oh, that's rare. 02 doesn't make entry that much for Heaven and Earth. Because, you know, not many patterns use the first 35. Stitch is so beautiful. They use a lot of first 35 colors, the newer colors. But with the patterns I've got, very occasionally, I get the first 35 colors. So let me find a spot here. I am here, okay? There's a purple stitch. I suppose, yes, I found them. So just 2 stitches. Oh, Suzanne, is Alex not happy? Oh, I can have a word with him. Alex, come over. What's up? The birthday boy, very recently. Lynn says, Yogi, I like what you're stitching. The wallpaper, it's lovely. The whole project, never seen this project. It's beautiful. It's by Ciro Marchetti. Because if you browse, you know, if you look at Ciro Marchetti's more recent projects, it may be for you or maybe not. His newer projects are not for me, you know, I'll be totally honest. But these ones, these probably, you know, artists, they evolve their styles throughout their creative journey. And maybe, you know, once upon a time, this was his core style. And I love them. I love the older pieces. 02 going on my board. I've got my needle board on my right side here. Wonderful. And next one, 371. 371. I've got it on my needle board. Susan says you're not doing your 5x5 gridding. I'll see how it goes. I'll see how it goes. These ones, this one is almost completed, so it's probably no point doing 5x5, but I'll see how it goes with the rest. And if I start to run into trouble, I might resort to 5x5. I mean, you know, 25 count is still quite easy to grit 5x5. Oh, these ones already, hang on. There's something going on here. Dark stitch, pink stitch, green. These two already stitched. Okay, but they're not marked. And the color doesn't look right, does it? Look at these two. It's supposed to be this color. Let me zoom way in. So these two, they're already stitched, but I don't think the colors are correct. It's supposed to be this green. I think I'll get away with it. I don't think you can tell the difference. But there's one more underneath here. I can stitch. I know. The great thing about confetti is sometimes you can get away with it a little bit more. Mandy says, I'm doing the HAED style. Which piece are you working on? Remind me. Yes, sometimes you have to do your homework, don't you? And I know it's only May, it's beginning of May, but it's a little bit at a time. You don't want to panic by December and go, oh my God, I've only done 20%. But also depending on whether you're looking to complete it by the deadline, you know, which is the last day of the year. I mean, yes, you are rewarded with all the charts, but let's say if you're not particularly crazy about those charts, then there's no fundamental need to hit the deadline really, other than the fun of it, if it's fun for you. Over here, I'm gonna park like a good girl. All right, I'm staying within this block, okay? One block at a time. I have not done block by block for a little bit, so it's actually quite nice. And next one. 4 stitches, not bad at all. 5, 6, 2. Oh, it's such a pretty green. You know, this pattern, if you start from the upper left, you start from this beautiful teal green. Oh, so nice. I still remember vividly when I started this piece. I remember I was about to go to the studio to teach a class, and I just started literally like the first block, barely, probably half a block. And I was so reluctant, you know, as much as I love teaching the classes, I was so reluctant to go to work. I was thinking, oh, let me just stay here. Let me just keep stitching. My goodness. And I remember throughout the class, occasionally I have, you know, thoughts about this piece. I was thinking, oh, by the end of this class, I will be able to go home and continue stitching. Does it sound like an addict? Yes. 5, 6, 2. But it's great feeling though when you want to stitch a piece so much. 5, 6, 5. 5, 6, 2. So on the same token, when you are not motivated to stitch, it can be a little bit frustrating. 5, 6, 2. Let me show you this beautiful green. It's definitely one of the colors I stitch a lot in the beginning for the wall, for the ceiling. Not the ceiling, the wallpaper, the green wallpaper. Look at this. So pretty. Lizzie says, bet you're exhausted, Yogi. From teaching or from eating lunch? We went for a late lunch at Yogi's, Mr. Yogi's parents. It was really nice. And but am I exhausted? To be honest, my body is slightly sore, which doesn't happen that often because I do a lot of yoga. But recently, for the last couple of weeks, or 3 weeks rather, I've been teaching probably more classes. I don't think that's the reason I'm sore. It's more of particularly traveling to the Friday triple classes in the morning. I have to cycle a little bit further, And it's not just the distance. It's very hilly, and it goes up and down a lot. And it's about 30 minutes one way and 30 minutes back. It's like a workout, 1 hour workout, just the journey on my bicycle. So there's a certain part of my body is a little bit sore than usual. But I sleep quite well, so that helps. Sleeping is so healing. So I'm feeling good. And also tomorrow, because Monday, bank holiday, the classes are paused until after that. So I don't have classes tomorrow evening. So I can take a break, and we will have a stream on Monday evening. We have not done Monday stream for a little while. Oh, this is the last stitch of this one. Oh, for a moment I thought I wandered outside the box again. No, I'm still inside the box. I have to remind myself that I'm doing block by block. 5, 6, 2. And, I've been trying to find a video from a content creator that I watched when I first started to research parking method. And I found this video. I still remember vividly. It was this lady with nice nails. And she was doing a form of parking method that I have not seen other people doing. I mean, fundamentally, she's doing, I don't believe it was row by row. It was probably mini cross country, very mini, very short distance. But she was going from bottom to bottom up, because for me, intuitively, I want to go top bottom. This lady was stitching from bottom up, okay? And it's not that uncommon. Some people do that, right? But the way she stitched, I really need to find these videos. They're quite old, even when I found it during COVID. I think they're probably a few years old. And I'm not sure, maybe it was from a Korean lady, because the letters on the title, sometimes with letters, they look like Korean symbols, alphabets. So, but I have not been able to find those videos again. I need to look more carefully, because sometimes older videos, they just fall off the search engine, and it's very hard to find. 703. But I really want to find those videos and this particular lady's video and show it to you, because it was so unique. Just the way she did it. She was doing waist ending method as well. She didn't do any kind of pin stitch or anything. She would end the thread by pulling the thread away, few stitches away, and just leave a little tail there. But the way she stitched was so chaotic. I was mesmerized. I was thinking, I remember I was watching those videos going to sleep, because it was just like watching some sort of magic happening. She knew where to find threads, even though all the past threads blended with the thread ending, the waist ending, picking out. They're all over the place. They, those threads, they're like a bushes everywhere. But she was able to pick out every single thread and then cut off the embeds whenever she got closer. And she used the fingers, just kind of flick her stitch, threads down. If anybody has seen those, please let me know. It's very, very unique. And she doesn't talk, no talking. She was just stitching, but with real sound from the background, which I love. And she was just doing that, just keep doing it. And, it looked chaotic, but she knew exactly what to do. I need to find those videos. I hope they're still on YouTube. I have no names. I think I subscribed at that time, but I kind of, you know, for whatever reason, I lost the subscription. So I don't remember the name of the channel, but it's pretty old. It's pretty old. Hi, Ellen. Ellen says, everyone, I'm stitching on coloring book afternoon, supersize. Amy Stewart, coloring book. Oh, yes, I think I know which one. Very, very colorful indeed. And great to see you, Ellen. And Cat, government, says, I'm working on Gecko Boo, Haunted House. What's Gecko Boo? Is that from Gecko Rouge? And Brittany, hello. Brittany says, started a grand library in left top corner, stitching the border across the top. 5,000 stitches now. Amazing. 5,000 border stitching. It requires a patience and focus of a saint. Border stitching. I tried just stitching border. I just couldn't wait. I just want to move down. Okay, I'm trying to park. Okay, I know some blocks here with it's partially completed already, but I'm trying to park outside the block. And this piece, I mostly stitch with block by blocks, you know, parking method, and you can't see any tension lines, can you? I don't think you can. Lynn says, Yogi, I'm eating my first English strawberries, Sainsbury's. They're so tasty. Really? Is that the season? It kind of is, isn't it? I think Wimbledon is around the corner. I normally start buying strawberries when Wimbledon is coming up. I don't watch the matches, you know, but I eat strawberries. Oh, I need to get some strawberries. Mandy's Sao is glistening wings. Beautiful piece. 16. Number 16 again. The first 35 numbers. Only one stitch for this one. I probably won't park because the part thread will have to run over these stitches. So I'm going to do one stitch and end. Alicia V says, hi, I'm Alicia. It's my first time catching the live stream. Welcome, Alicia. Sorry, I'm a little bit late greeting you. And say hello to Alicia, welcome. And it's always exciting, you know, a lot of viewers, they kind of found the channel but have been watching the playback most of the time. And then, you know, eventually come to the stream. It's very special. We can have a chat real time. So welcome. And Elsie is here as well. Great to see you, Elsie. Good afternoon. Oh, Ellen says, and I just announced a live stream for tomorrow evening as I thought you were off tomorrow. No problem. You can have your live stream whenever you want, you know, and people can choose where they want to go. They can go to both. Why not? Go for it, Ellen. And thank you for your contribution. Yes, tomorrow it's bank holiday. Just one stitch. I'm going to end it. And this is number 16. Oh, I do have one on my board already. Silly me. So I'm going to... I had one threaded waiting for me, but I didn't see it. So I'm going to put this one back. Joy says maybe it was Needle Ninja. No, it wasn't. It was a lady that didn't talk. And this person was stitching from bottom upwards. And the stitching style was so unique. She would do, let me simulate it for you, okay? Imagine I'm stitching from bottom up. And as I'm stitching, all my threads will be upwards, right? If you're stitching from bottom up, all your threads will be up there. And then not only pass threads, all the threads will be a mixture of pass threads and also thread endings as well. So she would just literally pull the end bits off and just cut a little bit. So everything's kind of blended in. It look really, really messy. But this person just keep going, just flick all the threads up and then just keep stitching up. I'm very tempted to try to see if I lose my mind doing that, because it's stuck in my mind throughout these years. And occasionally I try to go back and find those videos. I have not found them, I don't think. I hope they're still up there somewhere. They're so unique. Oh, Susan, very good point. Did you like those videos? If you did, they should be in the folder. I will have a look. That is such a good point, because I was looking at subscription and even playlists, because sometimes I save them into, I do have a floss tube playlist. But yes, if I liked it, I'm not sure if I did, but if I liked it, it would be there somewhere, wouldn't it, Susan? I will have a look for sure, and I'll report back. Very good point. Yes, they log all the light videos there as well, for eternity. Yes, I will look. I would love to find those videos and show them to you. Laura says, I don't remember the name, but I think I know. Does she do a lot of Dimensions Kit? No, they didn't strike me as Dimensions Kit. She didn't ever show the markups. So her thumbnails would be basically her own stitching. I don't even know what pattern she was stitching, but I remember there was a lot of brown and very confetti as well. So we're not talking about dimensions. It's not dimensions. And she only goes from bottom upwards. And the camera is very close up. And you can see her fingers just flicking all the threads up like that. And she just kept stitching quite fast. And when she gets to kind of an end tail, the end bits, she will cut it off, remove it, and keep going. And just it was mesmerizing. I could just watch it forever. And I always thought, well, the videos are just not long enough, because I could literally just sit there and watch like forever and ever. 3805. 3805. And I remember there's some sort of Korean. Yes, Laura, you read Korean, don't you? So yes, I can recognize Korean symbols because they're very unique. And I remember there would be some Korean characters kind of mixed in the title. So I'm just guessing maybe the ladies from Korea or speak Korean. But yes, I can't remember the channel name there. So this one is done as well. This one is pink. 3805. Never mind. 3805. Going back. There's one stitch here, but I think it was stitched with a different color. So I'm going to let that one go. Next one, 956, 956. Do I have it on my board? I do. Laura says, I think her name was Stitch Bag. Oh, if you're talking about dimensions, maybe it wasn't the same lady, but I'd love to have a check. If you think she's really interesting. And I also found another lady just a couple of days ago, and she was stitching in a very similar way to Gemma, but I'm not even sure she's aware of Gemma stitches, because she had a floss tube where she explains her parking method, parking and stitching method. It looked very much like a blend of Gemma's first version and color flow as well. But she made no mention of Gemma, so I'm thinking maybe just another person stitching in a very similar way without being aware of Gemma. I will dig out I'll probably post it on the Facebook group when I find it. I do, I have subscribed to that channel so I can find it. So I will be able to share that one with you. Oh, I need to fix the chart a little bit. I don't think it's properly marked. There are a few stitches I have not done, but they're marked. So let me have a look. There's a green here. There's one over here. That one's not done. Those two are not done. There's 3 stitches up here. They're not done, but I marked them already for whatever reason. So I'm gonna fix that. That's 1 stitch here. 3 stitches down here. I think we're good. So I think I was just getting sloppy. Sometimes, you know, particularly toward the end of a stitching session, I just start to go, oh, let me just, you know, mark these ones or part there. And they turned out not to be correct. Okay, that's a lot better now. But that's not the right color, is it? What is this? What? Why do I have this color? Which one is it? Hang on. Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. 564. I think, let me double check. Yes, that's correct. Only 1 stitch. Elsie says to start Dragon Race into the night yesterday. New start is always exciting, isn't it? And Kat says, yes, it's from Gecko Rouge. Is a 3-pattern kit that only come out at Halloween. Oh, so it's kind of a Halloween themed Gecko Rouge. Very nice. Sounds very interesting. And 3 patterns as well, so you have to buy 3 at the same time. Just 1 stitch. 564. Alicia says, I always end up stitching to the recordings of the live stream since I'm usually in class. But now my finals are done so I can tune in. Oh, how wonderful. And I hope you enjoy the finals and passing with flying colors. Peachy says, I'm going to start the parking method for the very first time. Wish me luck. Yes, if you need any support, this chat is great, you know. And some stitchers probably, you know, don't normally, they don't park, but after a little while, they want to give it a go. And that will happen to Susan as well, I know. The day will come. Susan will go, yeah, you know, maybe it's time for a little bit of a parking message. 3805. Beautiful pink. And this one, I think I'm going to park below. So with the parking spots, it's really up to you. There are rules to follow. I think for the great thing about block by block parking, it's a bit more structure in terms of, you know, rules. And it's probably better if you're starting to park for the first time, if you're trying parking for the first time, because the tricky part about some other parking methods like Gemma's, it's a little bit more nuanced. So sometimes if you just start it, it can be, you know, it can feel very daunting, very confusing. But with block by block, the rules are a little bit clearer. Okay, so this one has got 2 more here that I have not stitched. 3601. Oh, 09. That's why I couldn't find it. 3609. Susan says no. Yes, Susan is saying no, but her heart is saying yes, okay? You know, say yes to parking. Maybe I need to make a t-shirt. Park like you never parked before. I love parking. Peachy says you make it look easy. Oh, that's very kind of you. But it takes stitching for you to get used to it, because there's no amount of explanation can give you all information fully, because every pattern is a little bit different. So, but I think, as I said, block by block parking is a very good starting point. And there's one more stitch I noticed that I have not done over here. Where is that? That one. Okay. Hang on. Let me just put this back onto my needle board. 3601. $3609, actually. Okay. There's one stitch I need to undo because that stitch I have not done. And that is 3703. I've already had the part thread, but I just missed a stitch. So let me just bring this thread back. Alison also says Nido Ninja. No, it wasn't. If it was Nido Ninja, I would have known. And Nido Ninja, I've never seen her working bottom up. Maybe she did, but I don't remember that she did. And also, you know, if it was Nido Ninja, I would recognize that. Shelley Lulu says she's called Sherry Cross Stitching. Are you referring to the lady I described? Penguin says, could it be Blue Suit Stitch Showroom? Yes, well, the problem is I have no recollection of the person's channel name. I think I must have subscribed at that time and bookmarked everything, but I lost that record. And so the channel name doesn't really ring a bell. 520, but I'm talking about very specific way of stitching. Bottom up, parking, thread, weight thread ending, and no talking. So literally, this person just filmed the way she works. 520. It's a mystery. I'm going to have to find it, dig it out. 520. Ellen says, I made a tutorial on my new stitching method. For now, I call it a twisted stitching method, as I'm using all the stuff like from no methods to get my unique version. Interesting. Would love to have a look. Barlow Bunny. Barlow Bunny. Gary Barlow, the bunny, says, hooray, Yogi, for working that out. I was getting anxious about those 3 marked off. So Barlow was hyperventilating for the 3 stitches that I mistakenly marked. What a relief. Yes, I'm happy to provide at your service, Barlow. It's all done. It's all done. Yes. Because I can get very sloppy with marking and stuff like that. Alison says, I think Royal Rose is a good place to start your bearings with parking, then modify to suit. I found the way the easiest. Yes, some people love Royal Rose for sure. I think the sort of, you know, the die-hard fans of Royal Rose stitchers, they swear by it. I tried it a couple of times. I think I gave it a fair shake, but I just couldn't find the flow with it. Because I kind of, you know, I think my mind was fighting over, why am I doing this way when I can just do block by block stitching? Because I couldn't really see the difference fundamentally. I know that there's some, you know, variations you can do. The tower terminology is different, but ultimately you're doing parking 1 or 2 blocks at a time or larger area. So maybe I'm just not getting it, but I know a lot of stitchers love Royal Rose. Amanda is the no Parker as well. NT Parker. Is that a terminology? 520. And let me take a sip of my coffee here. Laura says, I posted a link to Stitch Bug bag, so you can check later and see if it's her. Yes, thank you so much, Laura. I will. I'd love to find it. And we can do a watch party, can't we? Because there are a few very, very unique stitches. I think it's only fair we sit down together with popcorns and just watch them and analyze the way they stitch. I'd love to do that. We can do a special stream on one of the Saturdays. We do a watch party. I love it when people stitch in a style that's just mesmerizing. I can just sit there and watch, like, for hours. 520 I've done. Have I marked them? Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Seriously. Okay. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches left. But they're all different colors. So 5 stitches, no problem, but 5 different colors. There you go. This is how we roll. 956. Oh dear. I did it again. 956. It's a pink, okay? If you look at my app, on my needle ball, I've got this little person. It looks very similar to the color next to it. Let me double check. Let me have a little check to see if I just parked in the wrong spot. 564. Because next to this stitch is a green one. 564. Bingo. Yes, look at this. 564. I think I just, for whatever reason, I dock it on the wrong spot. That looks, no, oh no, maybe not. Maybe 562. It looks a little bit darker. Or do you think it's a match? Let me show you. Do you think that's a match? It looks like a match. But why does it look a little bit darker? No, it's a little bit darker. It's a little bit darker. No, it's not. What color would it be? Oh, it's orphaned. I found an orphan wandering straight on the street. I'll leave it there for the smart chat to figure it out. But I'm going to find the one I was looking for. 956, which is a pink. The poor orphan. 956. Should be this color. Alicia says, I've been trying to load a pattern onto Saga, but every time we get the error. Oh, the password. Yes, that tricked me as well for a couple of times. Yes, it's weird, isn't it? If you converted your pattern via Paradise, some patterns, particularly for me, Stitch is so beautiful, they all generate some sort of password. Basically, pattern is locked. You have to unlock it when you load it onto Saga. I don't know how it works. I don't know why. It happened with, not with Heaven and Earth charts, but with Gecko Roche, and it happened with Stitch is So Beautiful. I had to unlock it, and I learned it from a very smart stitcher. I haven't seen her for a while. Who is the lady? You guys know. And she was kind of a Saga expert. So what do what you have to do, you have to go back to Cross Stitch Paradise and open the profile, your own profile. Apparently, you gave the system an email address. You did. If you don't remember, you did. Look up for that email address. That's within the settings on Cross Stitch Paradise. And that's the email address you need to type in to unlock. So your password is your email address. I know. I don't know why. Do not ask me why they do it this way. I don't know what that means. But this is how you unlock your pattern when you load it onto Saga. One, two. Why does it look like this? 1, 2. That's not the right color. This thread is wrong. Let me just have a quick look. That doesn't make sense. This thread is completely random. Oh, no, it's me. I am tripping. No, I'm parking the wrong spot completely. Yes, Peaches, I make it look easy, don't I? Yes. Well, there you go. No, it shouldn't be here. It should be diagonal from here. That's better. So, you know, Saga and Stitches, so Saga and Paradise, they both do mysterious things sometimes. I have no explanation. Joy says it could be 966. Let me have a check. I think Joyce is referring to this mysterious orphaned green. 966. Let's have a look. Ooh, that looks close. 966 right here, okay, Joyce? Let's have a look. Is that a match? I think there may be a match. I think that's a match, isn't it? Look. Do you think it's darker or is it a match? Let's thumbs up if you think it's a match or not. It looks slightly different. It could be just the lighting. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Do you think that's a match? No? Yes? Thumbs up if you think it's a match. Have we found a home? Because I can't see anything else that looks similar. It does look slightly different. Thumbs up, Susan? Yes? But the thing is, to be honest, if it's so close, 563, Stargaze says. 563, let's have a look. Oh, no, it cannot be because 563, I do not have it. It's not on my master set. Let me see. 563, I don't think it's on my thread list. Let me have a look. I don't think I just run out. 563. No, I do not have 563 on this chart. So I don't know, or anywhere on my master set. Betty says it doesn't look the same to me. It does look slightly different. No, so it's probably not 966. It's very close. Very close. But it looks slightly stronger, like more green. Oh, the search goes on. Let me put it here. Waiting for adoption. This is thread shelter, okay? Ah, Laura says, I remember all the finger flicking. Then that sounds like, yes. Let me just have a quick look. I'm so curious. So Laura has posted it the channel. Oh, that one. This one I know. This one is probably is going to go on my watch party list. I know this lady. Very, very special as well. Yes, this lady is definitely on my radar as well. Let me just show you this one. It's our Facebook group, okay? If you wonder which one it is. This one. Yes, this is very distinctive. This is very neat. The lady I'm referring to is nowhere this neat. This lady is actually having thread ending, waist ending, at the same, on the same roll. It looks like fur coming out of the fabric. This one I know, and this is very unique as well. But the lady I'm referring to is working from the bottom up, but all the threads, part threads are around, very close to the edges. So a little bit like this, but nowhere as neat. This lady is going bottom up, but row by row, sort of, horizontal row at a time. The lady I'm talking about is literally stitch by stitch going up from bottom up. And all the part threads and thread ending, not this long, but they all mix together with the part thread. So it looked totally crazy and chaotic. But, she had no problem with that. She just worked thread by thread. She could recognize every single thread there. Oh no, Clara, say bin time. Please do not say so. Let's find a good home for this poor, beautiful thread. It's very long as well. 564. 564. Let's have a look. 564. Compare again. Okay. Stargazer. 564 right here. What do you think? Do you think it's a match? Did I match this one before? It looks closer, but it just looks a little bit more jade green. It could be just lighting. Let me see if I can pull out the end bits. It's probably. Do you think that's a blend? Do you think that's it? It looks different, doesn't it? Do you not think? Yes. Marsha, hello. Marsha says, hi, Yogi, from the middle of the ocean. Are you floating in the water? Marsha, get on the boat. Are you swimming? Yes, Marsha says, missing you all. Miss you too, Marsha. And happy stitching as well. I know Marsha is having a stitching club, literally, on board. Clara says 3813. Let's have a go. 3813. Oh, I love to find a home for this poor beautiful thread. 3813. Oh, Okay, just visually looking at this, yes, it's probably different. 3813, and this one is more pale and ashy, isn't it? And this one has a lot more green to it. Oh dear. So, not 3813. All right, the search continues. I'm patient. And let me come back to this, the next one, all the ninjas. One stitch, 505. Mandy says 3811. Oh, let's have a look. 3811. Interesting. It's more blue. 3811 if you look at this. Okay. It's slightly more blue, isn't it? So, oh, reflection. So already I can tell it's very different. 3811 with Dolly's hair. Yes. So it's more jade green looking color. 505, one stitch. All the remaining stitches, they're one stitch at a time. Ninja time. I'm going to be patient. Coming out here. 13. Interesting. Hang on. Ellen. 505. Five, 05. 13. Okay. Do I have 13 on my... I do. Let's have a look. So Ellen's suggesting 13. This is 13. Quite close, but I think 13 is slightly paler, right? What do you think? Do you think that's a match? That could be a match. What do you think, guys? It could be 13, can't it? It does look very close. Closer than the other ones. I think it may be a match. What do you think? Thumbs up? Let me pull out this bit and blend it in. I think this may be a match. Oh, what do you think? Can you see any difference? Damn. Very close. Very close. Clara says 959, 958, or 3817. Let's reserve 13 because 13 is probably the closest so far, but we can have a look at 959, 958. Okay, those two are much darker. 959, 958 are more blue, so very, very different. And 3817, 3817. I think we looked at this one, haven't we? 3817. Yes, we looked at 3817. 956. Just writing all the numbers out. 956. 954. Okay. Have we checked 954? I have a feeling we have. But let's have another look. 954, the bottom. That looks pretty close. That looks pretty close. Oh, you could be onto something. Do you think, can you see the difference? Any differences there? Let me pull out this bit. It doesn't look very close, but I think this one, let's have a look. Let's do this. I'm happy for this to be a match, actually, because if it's so hard to tell them apart, it probably doesn't matter. What do you think? So look at, can you see anything different? I think it's a match, actually. 956. Is it a match? Can you even tell where the thread is? Let me pull it, okay, so you know. This one. I think it's a match. Yes? Can you give me thumbs up? 956? Are we good? And also, if they're so close, even if they're not, it's probably okay, right? I'm gonna rehome this thread to 956. Yes. So Billion says, I think perhaps a dye, but match. Yes, even different batches of the same color can look slightly different. But I think just so close, it probably doesn't matter, even if they're not. Good. Excellent. Thank you so much. We managed to rehome an orphan thread, 954. Going home on my needleboard. 954. Thank you, chat. Everyone that's put in. Yay. Wonderful. Found it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Clara. Amanda just, trying to tease Yogi. Amanda says, hey, Yogi, I just ordered an octopus shower curtain. Thank you for your report, Amanda. I'm fascinated. Yes, octopus shower curtain. I wonder what it looks like. Please, post a photo. We'd love to see. Calamari shower curtain. That's hilarious. And also, our favorite person in the chat, Cross Stitch Meadow, if you look at his catalog, there's one little chart, really adorable, but with the octopus as well. So, it's a slightly, violating the group rule there, but it's so cute. Right, that one is done. Next one, 3 more ninja stitches to go, and I'm good. A32, A32. Janine, hello, Janine. Sorry, a little bit late to say hello to you. Janine says he's been lurking while driving. Safe driving, Janine. And Janine says listening to you say it's where the lady stitches from the bottom up. It's how I stitch 90% of my webs. It's my comfort zone. Yes, I'm aware some stitchers like to go from bottom up. And to be honest, if you look at my Gecko Rouge, I am doing from bottom up as well. But parking is a little bit different because when I park, I expect the thread to float downwards, follow the gravity. But if you park upwards, you have to constantly rearrange your thread upwards. So you're kind of going against the gravity a little bit. And that's why I think it's slightly more unique. But the really, sort of unusual part about this video, this lady I'm talking about, is the way she stitches, how she interact with all the threads and the ending as well. Because for me, the thread ending will probably become really annoying at some point because they're kind of mixing in with all the part threads, and it starts to get very confusing, and you have to kind of fight through them sometimes as you move forward. But this lady just as calm as a cucumber, and she was just methodically just working one by one, not a care in the world, and flicking everything upwards, and just kept going, and really fast as well. And that's why it's kind of, made a big dent in my memory. I'm going to just cheat and do one stitch here because it's there, just one stitch. Maybe I'm going to pop downward as well. Vaduhi is here as well. Hello, hello. And Joy says, I've seen that. It's Deer Creek she's stitching. Oh, you mean the one that Laura has suggested? Yes, that lady is really unique as well. You know, you have to be so, I don't know, so there to stitch that way and not go crazy. 301. And down to the last two of the ninja here. I could, yes. I think I'm going to relax a little bit and park down here, even though the thread will be taken across about 5 stitches. Normally I would literally just end there and start again here, but I promised myself I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed with the distance over the stitches. So let me try this. If I start hyperventilating, then I'll stop. The last one, the last ninja on this block, yay! 1 stitch. 921. Vaduhi says this week I'm working from home, which means I can stitch every stream. Wonderful. Vaduhi, what happened to your new project? Weren't you starting a new one? The second one. Have you started it? Vaduhi's side project. One stitch, but I think there's a stitch over here. I'm gonna park over here. Yay! Done! This block completed. Very nice. And I think I'm going to move down, just diagonally down here. So, to start a new block, I'm going to just take all my threads here and just bring everything up. This is the fun bit, isn't it? Because all the part threads are there when you start a new block. Start from bottom up. And then, but, you know, once everything's done, you have to go in and fill in the remaining stitches. But let's go. Maddie, hello. Maddie says you just hit 600 stitches done today. Oh, Laura says it wasn't yours. It was a different one. Let's have a look. Sorry about that. Did I look at the wrong one? But the one was also quite unique. Sorry, Laura. Let's have a look. I just went to the first one. Okay, so not that one that I just showed. Okay, it's from Shelley. Yes, it's from Shelley Lulu. Okay, so let's look for Laura's. Where is it? Because you Facebook doesn't always show everything. Let me sort it by from the newest. because I can't see it. Let me have a look. Octopus. The octopus. Let's have a look. The octopus. The octopus shower. Oh dear, that looks mighty scary. It looks like the octopus is coming out of the shower curtain and trying to get you while you're butt naked. Amanda, happy showering. Enjoy your shower. That's great. Oh, this one. Okay, let me see if I can load it first. I got it. I got it. Ha! Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, this one is interesting, but I'm not sure if it's the one I'm referring to. It also had, let me have a look at this. So this is Laura's link. This one I'm going to save as well, but this looks interesting. A lot of dimensions kits, actually. That's very interesting, but I don't think it's this one. Because that lady's videos, she didn't have that many. And I think by the time I discovered her, she had already stopped making content. So there were only a few that I just kept going through them and watch them all. Let me just move the light away a little bit. There. But this one looks really interesting, and it's got like Korean characters here I recognize. But I don't think it's this one, but this one I will bookmark as well, and I'll see what she's doing here. So this lady was making content up until 5 months ago. Okay, and then she stopped. Come back. Come back, stitch back. Stitch back. Come back. Yes. It's not this lady, but I appreciate the link. I would like to bookmark this one as well. Yes, I need to look a little bit deeper. It's probably at the very bottom of the search engine because, you know, YouTube being YouTube, if you stop making content, and it's a few years ago, they start to push you away off the search engine. So it's very hard to find unless you know the names and stuff like that. So, but I'll keep looking. I'll love to find it. Unless she deleted the channel, I should be able to find it at some point. Maddie says, I also started bottom up Fierce Beauty Mini. Yes, Maddie, do you park as well? I wonder. I can't remember whether you park or not. So my Gecko Rouge, I do bottom up and as well, but I do not park with that project. I think if you park, it's a little bit different. It's like constantly you work like this, isn't it? And moving upwards. Okay, I am going to park this one to the, oh no, I'm going to park down. To the left, actually. I need to park where I'm going to get to first. So that will be over here. A little bit far away. Suzanne says, just finished 549 stitches on decisions. Wonderful. And that's a new start as well, isn't it? So, oh no, hang on. Here. I forgot to highlight it. Just one stitch. One stitch. Oh, I hear something from the outside. Maybe a little cat fight there. Let me just quickly go have a check to make sure Dolly is okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh, it's so good now. Let's have a look. Where was I? Vadu, he says, I will start as soon as I finish organizing and gridding my fabrics. Okay, so you're preparing for a side project. It's quite nice. It's definitely going to refresh and reset, your main focus there. Kelly M. 99 says, hi Yogi, I just started watching Cross Stitch Meadow. He paints his own original work and convert them into cross stitch charts. Indeed, yes, he's definitely everybody's favorite right now for this chat as well. And sometimes he pops in, Chris, for a chat as well. And yes, he's an artist and he charts his own artwork. Indeed. And he's doing really, really well. I'm going to be disciplined because there's one stitch right there. I'm not going to stitch it. I'm going to just mark it. Oh, I'm being so good. Because sometimes you just want to, sneakily just do that stitch. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Very nice. Good. And with parking, the decision is always around where you're going to park next. So with this one, I think I'm going to park because I'm normally just trying to mentally calculate which block am I going to arrive first. But the tricky thing with me is sometimes I don't always go in order, because in theory, you should go top, upper right, to bottom left, and keep going. Some people might go the other way, but whichever way, you can predict which block you're going to arrive first. And for me, I don't always do that. Sometimes if this block is getting too confetti, I might, just do things out of order. But I do my best when it comes to predicting which block I'm going to do first. And in this case, I think I'm going to part to the right side, because I want to take care of this block as well. It's half finished. Chocolate time, is it? Oh, sorry, Susan, I just got that now. Yes, indeed, it's chocolate time, isn't it? Let me part. Oh, I'm so tempting. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna stitch. It's one stitch right at the bottom, guys. If you were me, would you stitch it? Literally, it's like another one underneath here. I'm trying to be disciplined, but then again, I've already done this one, haven't I? Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. I know. I was just being so proud of being very disciplined. I can't resist it. It's just right there. Let me just do this color within this block, and then I'll park and we eat chocolate. I'm stitching this one as well. I'm breaking all the rules. Dear, oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna park. I'm gonna park now. I'm gonna park. Good. Very nice. Right. Chocolate time. Chocolate time. Let me zoom out a little bit so you get to see what I'm working on. Yeah, there's a lot going on here with this bunch of flowers. All right then. I'm going to take a little break and eat my chocolate and drink my coffee. And today, I think I'm going to go back to my chocolate buttons. I'm in a chocolate button mode. Lily says, could it be stitchery lovers? No, I'm aware of stitchery lovers. So this person is not very known. I think the channel was quite small. And I just discovered those videos by accident, researching parking method. Cheers, everyone. Chocolate button time. Ellen says, Gemma also posted a new tutorial with high confetti areas. I'd love to see it. Oh, I'm feeling guilty because I have not even finished the refreshed color flow videos because I've been so busy. But I've got some homework to do. I've got Gemma's videos to watch, and also Chris's cross stitch medal. I have not finished those either. Oh, a lot of homework. Yes, I'd love to know how Gemma handle high confetti area with her method. Sorry, chocolate in my mouth. Yes, Stitchery Lovers is from Philippines. She has come into the chat to say hello before, so she's our friend. And Grace, hello, Grace Hoston says, hi Yogi and Stitchers, just now sitting down and stitch and enjoy. Definitely have some chocolate as well. I'm having some chocolate. Billen says his floss storage was a genius. I'm gonna watch that one as well. Dear, oh dear, yes. I think his channel blew up because of the organization storage thing. From the thumbnail, I can only see like little bags, paper bags or something, but I have not watched it. I will catch up. Janine says, I have not watched Chris's floss storage system because I don't want to be tempted to resort my floss. Yes, that's a problem. If it's really, really good and really clever, you just go, well, maybe I need to redo all my... That's the problem. But sometimes you can take certain elements of, someone else's storage system and modify for yourself. So that's what I did with stitching masterpieces. I do not do my thread cards the same way, but I did take the plastic bag, idea to protect the floss, which is great. Linda says, Yogi, it's okay to bend the rules sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of fun to be disciplined, to kind of follow all the rules. And that's, it's a form of pleasure. But, when you have stitches literally just like right there next to the one you've just stitched, you feel a little bit silly not to do it, even though you're breaking the rules. And there's something about having a really neat block. It's quite satisfying as well, but sometimes, it's challenging to keep it that way. Lizzie says rules are meant to be broken. Yes, but you need to know the rules in order to break them, right? So you can't, just not follow the rules, and just because you don't know them. You need to know the rules to bend them. So I like to follow certain methods properly and then start bending the rules and break them all. Yes, let me have one more chocolate here. It's quite nice to work with this method. I have not done it for a little while. And, this way of parking, well, this one's chipped. It's not quite a button. Because this method was my, the first parking method I learned. So it has a special place in my heart. Yes, I think, you have to be able to modify and bend rules to make it work for you, because every stitcher has different preferences, different needs, and our setup are different. We use different equipment, we have different habits, and some of us stitch, with different hands. So, yum, yum, yum. Let me know what you're snacking. And I'm drinking my favorite coffee, naked coffee. Billen says, I have no rules. Well, there you go. I bet you do. You just don't know. They're there. Very nice. I mean, Chris is so neat, whether he's his AI or not is still inconclusive, I think. But time will tell. We probably need to trick him to ask him questions that only humans know. Because he's too good. Here we go. I may have one more button in a bit. But I want to get back stitching. And I hope you enjoy your chocolate or snacks as well. Look at that. Night night, Joyce. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Here we go. Have I marked this one? I have not marked it. Oh, very, very naughty. Hang on. And this one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh dear. This one is one stitch too high. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it's okay. 3 stitches. 1, 2, 3. So this one, the part threads, I need to check. I don't think they're part on the right spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's correct. See you later, Lizzie. Have a restful remaining of the evening. One stitch. And I could part down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And marked. Nine, 5, 6. I think 5 by 5 gridding might be helpful, but I just too lazy to do it right now. 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to count 2, 3. Okay. I could part down here. Why not? It'll probably take a while before I get there, but 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Good. Hi, Cedric. Good evening. Great to see you. Just one stitch with this one. 3, 2, 1. And this color is kind of a last stitch within this area. And this piece, I forgot to mention, You know, this is not the first attempt. This is actually the second. The first attempt, come to think of it, this piece could be my first Heaven and Earth. But I didn't stitch in a way that was that was workable. So what happened was, when I discovered this chart, Heaven and Earth, I was totally new to full coverage, right? So, and I didn't have DMC, I didn't have CXC. I had a whole bunch of loose, you know, random brand. 321, hang on. I have a lot of 321. A lot of random brand threads everywhere. Some anchor is actually branded, and some brands are just, you know, I don't know, anywhere, that I collected, accumulated throughout the years. And so I didn't know if I was going to like full coverage at all. So I didn't want to invest in any buying new threads. So you know what I did? 90 colors, right? So what I did was, I had a piece of 14 count fabric, Ada. The first attempt of this pattern, I actually stitched on a 14 count Ada with random unbranded threads, random thread numbers. Some of them, I had a few DMC, I was able to match those, very few. But the rest of them, what I did was I eyeball the colors. I just look at, if it's a purple, and I just try to work out how many shades of purple within this chart. And I looked into my random stash of floss and try to pick out and kind of range them from dark to bright, etc., and just use them accordingly. It was, looking back, it was incredible that I went through that process, because that was crazy. And I have shown the result to you via the whip parade before, but I think I'll probably pull it out next time I stitch this piece and show it to you. It's extraordinary, because it actually came out quite nice. Oh, Ciro says, Yogi, in the block to the left, you forgot to mark a stitch. Second row, bottom up. Third stitch from the left to right. Thank you so much, Ciro. Let's have a look. See, this is what I need from the chat. Okay. And oh, there's a Lily outside demanding something. Hang on. Let me just find the. Did I not mark it? Let's have a look. So it's second row, bottom up. Third stitch to the left. Let me see if it matches here. 2 stitches here. Oh, you mean this one? This one? No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, pink. 2 pink. 3 at the bottom. Oh, this one. Hang on, you're right, you're right. This one, this block is already completed. So that's what Ciro is talking about. I didn't even see it. That's right, look at my chart here. It's not marked. Oh dear, disastrous. Well done. Thank you, Ciro. Oh, yes, we have aliens in the chat. That's very helpful because, you know, clearly I'm completely human. I'm definitely no AI, guys. I don't need to prove myself because it's quite evident I am no AI. But a Ciro, on the other hand, I don't some sort of alien being. Thank you so much, Ciro. I marked it, okay? Have a look. Marked it, marked it. It's all good now. Crisis averted. Oh, dear. So I counted that one extra stitch as today's count. Cheater. Yes, I know. So -1 stitch. Okay, -1 stitch today. And this one's literally the last two in the area. So I'm going to end it. The great thing about one block at a time is that you only need to focus on the 100 stitches here and just disregard the rest, you know, out of your mind, out of your view. Well, you have to park, but other than that, and that makes, you know, sometimes it feels a lot easier. One block at a time. 550. 550 going back. $550. Clara says, you mean we have to wait? Clara says we have to wait 3 months before you can see our first time stitching the HAED Yogi, really? Oh, Clara, you can always tell someone's, you know, knows Yogi really well. I could potentially dig it out right now. Would you like to see it? If so, if you would like me to dig into my storage box on the left here, I can find it now because it's in there. Raise your hand, but I need your support. I need to know the demand of seeing my first attempt of this piece. Would you like to see it? If you'd like to see it, raise your hands. Thumbs up. And maybe give the video a thumbs up as well. I always forget to ask. Oh, I'm so not suitable being a floss tuber. I don't know what I'm doing. And give me a thumbs up if yes, Cedric, I knew it. I knew you were lurking, and I made that mistake to lure, Cedric out. Oh, Laura says yes. 3 hands. Where did you get the extra one, Laura? Let me just do 1 stitch here. And Janine, yes. Cedric, yes. Susan, inconclusive, maybe. And Clara says yes, yes, yes. Suzanne as well. And Ellen, yes. All right then, all right. Due to popular demand, okay. It's not me, it's the chat demanding it. Oh, look at that. All the hands up. Well, there you go. I just have to go and dig it up. I should be able to find it quite easily because I look at it, I come across it every single time. I'm trying to find a whip. It's all in there. Okay, give me a few seconds here. Let me find it. I know it's glorious. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to do it. So let me cut this off. Okay, give me a few seconds. Let me find my first attempt of this one and bring you the view here. Okay. And I'm going to mute the sound a little bit. I'm going to be rummaging, okay? Any kind of things can happen. So I'm going to mute it a little bit. I'm here, okay? Guys, are you ready? Are you ready? So I just want to show you this version here, okay? So this is my 25 count, like, you know, the official attempt here. I found it. Okay. I just want to show you what happened when I did for my first attempt, okay? 14 counts, as I said. No DMC, no CXC, didn't even know what they are. And here, all right, dun, dun, dun. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. Are you ready? Brace yourself, guys, the chat. All right, so just to give you, just recap, okay, so this piece I stitch with just randomly eyeballing the swatches. I just look at the color, just dig into my stash of random floss, mixed brand with brand, no brand, and this is what I came up with. Dun, dun, dun. There. 14 count glory. There you go. Let me zoom in a little bit, okay? Doesn't look too bad, does it? This is just me looking at the swatches and match them up. But I have to say, to be accurate with this journey, this upper left corner wasn't the first stitch. It wasn't where I started. I'll show you where I started. I started here. This is a very large piece of HAED. The first stitch that I did for this pattern was actually here. And the reason being here was that it was the center of the piece. Let me zoom in. Okay, so this is just below the window. This is the window at the back. So this is, you know, this is the center of the piece. And the reason I did that, it was because I didn't even know you could start from the corners. You know, I came from dimensions. Everything was starting from the center. And so I got my thread ready, sorted, and this is where I started. This was my first stitch. And as I was stitching, but you know, you can see I was doing parking, block by block, my new trick at that time. And I was having fun. And then guess what happened? I came across videos telling me that it's quite normal, in fact, recommended to start from the upper left. And my world was blown upside down. I didn't know you could start from the corner, because the whole point of starting from the center is that when you finish the piece, you get very even borders around the right. And Clara says, I'm impressed. Barlow says, I like it. And Kelly says, what am I looking at? Oh, I'll explain. And Janine says, is that bright now? Do a comparison. Yes. So this is based on, you know, just eyeballing the colors. So, and just find the closest colors I've got within my stash, like totally random. Okay. So let me bring my, just my project back to do a side-by-side comparison. Just give you a little bit of comparison. Yes. So this is the orange area, slightly different from the center. Okay. So this time I'm actually doing from upper left to down, but you can see the colors clearly not the same. Okay. But not bad going, is it? You can see the definition and everything. And the reason I started from the center is because that's all I knew. So I did that. And somewhere along the line, when I got here, I realized that everybody's starting from the corner. And you know me, if I learn a new trick, I want to use it. So what happened was, that's a lot of faith, okay? I did some counting. If you know my counting ability, you probably, you know, stunned by the fact that I pulled this, you know, step here. So from the center, I decided to pull everything together. I was, you know, keeping all the threads there. So if I come back to this area, I'm going to continue. But I count my way, I counted my way diagonally to the upper left. and counting is the key word, okay? I counted my way. I did some gridding here. You can see I did my best with the gridding. So to make sure that, or hoping this point is actually correct. But that was a lot of faith, wasn't it? Going from center, just, you know, counting toward the upper left and decided to start from the left here. And not bad looking, is it? Not bad. That looks like what it's supposed to look like. Random floss. No thread numbers. No nothing. And I got this far. And I will never know if I kept going, whether this bit is going to be meet up. I have no idea looking at my performances at the Rouge project. So this is my first attempt using just whatever threads I've got. And at this point, you know, when I got here, I was totally addicted. And I was thinking, oh no, I need to, you know, stitch this piece to do it justice with proper thread numbers, correct thread numbers. And this is where I decided to part this project and then start a new one. And also I was in the process trying to get accustomed to 25 counts as well. So by the time I felt like I was ready for 25 counts, immediately I started the 25 count version. So let me show you the back as well. Why not? Let's have a laugh. Okay, so this is the back. And you can tell, I'll do a comparison here. This is my very, very first, this is the center, okay? The back of the center part. Not pretty, okay? Look at that. But I was practicing my parking method. So thread economy and efficiency wasn't part of my practice here. So I just dragged my thread wherever within the block. So you can see a lot of floating stitches, which, you know, I kind of try to avoid nowadays. But this is my pretty much one of my first attempt doing this. But you can tell things improve a little bit when I moved to the upper right. A little bit better, isn't it? It's still, you know, probably have longer floating threads than I would like. But this is 14 count, so, you know, it probably looks a little bit more floating threads than necessary. But you can see improvement already, even just coming to the upper left. So there you go, a bit of a history here. And I, you know, wanted to keep it because I wanted to look back at some point and laugh. Hopefully laughing, not crying. But I was, you know, looking back a couple of years after, you know, on the this journey, I was quite amazed I was able to do that. You know, when you're desperate, you know, desperate time, desperate measure, and sometimes you have to be very creative and also, you know, put in a lot of effort as well. Sorting the 90 colors randomly, just eyeballing, probably took me some time to do as well. But hey, we're in COVID, we had nothing else to do, so that was what I did. Yes, I hope you like it, okay? And this is what happened. And I think this type of journey is really interesting because, you know, nowadays we kind of talk about 25 count, 1/1, you know, whatever methodology, like it's normal. It's not. You have to come from zero a lot of times, and slowly building up the knowledge. So, and now I still hardly know anything. So you can imagine I really knew nothing at all at that time. So. Janine says, and you were parking on your first HAED, impressive. Yes, parking method was the reason I had the confidence to stitch this type of project, because at that time I wasn't familiar with cross country. I was stitching pretty much sort of dimensions method. So without parking, I probably wouldn't have attempted to stitch pieces like this. So coming back here on this block. Laura says, pretty good color matching. I know, I'm pretty impressive. I'm impressed by myself as well, if I may say so. They actually look decent, don't they? And I do have a huge stash of random threads. I still have them. Betty says, I like it, thank you. But, you know, I'll never know if I kept going whether the whole thing is going to match up. Imagine if it didn't. There'd be a lot of frogging. Clara says, you were using paper chart. No, at that time, I already discovered, what is it? Pattern Keeper. So thank God for that. I don't think I'll even attempt parking without Pattern Keeper. But for a little while before Pattern Keeper, because I tried to stitch the wedding, the romantic, what is it called? Mason romantic, the wedding dress pattern, the 14 count. I had one attempt before that as well, before the official one that I'm working on. And that was me trying to stitch it using PDF. So everything kind of happened around there because I was struggling so much. I had to look around and try to find a solution. In my mind, I was thinking, how do people even stitch patterns like this? You know, because my method just didn't work. And so that kind of embarked, you know, sort of triggered the whole thing, really, that I fell into the rabbit hole. See you later, Cedric. Night-night. I'll try not to make mistakes like that one, okay? And Cedric now can go to bed because, you know, I have fixed that stitch there. Oh, all is good. Nighty-night. I think parking would be quite tricky with paper chart. It's not impossible because I know stitchers that have done it. It's a lot more work. And the other day we're talking about maybe have a paper chart challenge. Maybe like a 10-day challenge, you know, just stitching with paper chart only. Yes, because we could do it either stitching paper only just for one project. But the thing is, if you do it cross, let's say 10-day challenge for paper chart, pretty much you have to stitch all the projects with paper chart only. You know, stitching various methods, maybe parking as well. It'll be interesting to find out. Laura have some confidence for Yogi. Laura says 10 days, you're not going to make it. Well, this is why it's a challenge. Otherwise, it would be very easy. It would be a retreat. I know. It is, who knows? Imagine trying to stitch. I think if you don't park, it's probably not terrible. It can be challenging. But if you park, oh, yes, that's a different level of challenge. 310, guys. Ginny says paper charts, boom. If we're doing it, you're doing it as well. Okay, Ginny? I can't be the only person suffering, okay? You're suffering with me. Exactly, Ellen. 10 days. And I think we'll probably come back to abs with a new level of appreciation. Because we're kind of taking for granted, you know. You press a button, all the stitches of the same symbol just light up. That doesn't exist with paper chart. Kelly says, I have a scarlet quince paper chart plus blended threads. It's just terrifying. This is why it's a challenge, guys. You know, if it's a 10-day challenge of eating chocolate buttons, hey, I'm for it. But it's not a challenge. Ellen says, I can't imagine stitching high confetti on paper chart. That's why we need to do it. We need to find out to see who breaks first. who just throws the towel first. Needle says, I burnt all my paper charts. Liar, I bet you have all of them. You just don't want to acknowledge that. And, you know, with PDFs, you can just print them out if you have a printer, or print them at work. You can do it. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. You and your fire pit, Ginny, do not throw the paper in the fire, okay? They don't mingle. And Stargazer says, let's do it, Yogi. I'm down for paper chart 10-day challenge. There you go, Stargazer. That's a good sport right there, Ginny. Look at that. You know, that's why it's a challenge. If it's easy, no one would do it. It doesn't mean anything, right? It seems impossible. That's why we're doing it. And particularly, if you're so used to apps right now, it's probably good. It's almost like, when people, I'm trying to think, when people used to any forms of sort of really convenient things. I'm trying to find a parallel here. The things we kind of take for granted, like not having a fridge for 10 days. That's a challenge because we just expect whatever we have, we need to store, just pop in the fridge. Imagine without a fridge for 10 days. And I have gone through, not quite 10 days, but like a week without a fridge when my last fridge broke and I had to wait for the next one to arrive. Literally, you have to think about everything you buy and the quantity you buy, the things you don't normally think about. Because you have no, leftover, anything requires refrigeration, they have nowhere to go. So you have to calculate the exact amount of food you need. And you can't just get takeout. That's a cop-out, right? You have to buy fresh ingredients, but just the right amount you need to get through the day, and then shopping and do the shopping the next day. And I did that for like over a week. And so when I got the fridge, it felt so strange because my brain had not switched back. I was still mentally trying to calculate, oh, maybe I should get less of this thing. And also, maybe switch by something else that does not require the fridge. It's a bit like that. Things we're so used to and take for granted. Imagine, guys, think about this. If you ever go to prison, okay, don't do that. But if you ever go to prison, you probably do not have, they probably give an iPad, to be honest, nowadays in prison. But maybe you're not allowed to use Pattern Keeper or Saga, right? So, then maybe it's good to get used to stitching with paper charts, because they might not have it. They might not have Pattern Keeper in prison. Back to the basics. Ellen says that this is like stitching in a prehistory. I don't understand. There's still stitchers stitching HAEDs from paper. Well, speak to Susan then, and many others. They stitch, this type of chart. And Komaru, for one, she was not only stitching, but completing full-size Heaven and Earth and other, charts, stitching on papers for a long time. She only discovered Pattern Keeper during COVID. I watched it because when I first discovered her, she was paper only with a pen, scribble, the good old-fashioned way. And fair enough, she doesn't park, okay? She doesn't park, but still, it's very impressive. And if we do 10-day challenge, right, you cannot be selective of your patterns, of your webs, based on stitching method, meaning that you cannot select patterns that are easier to work with papers. You can't say, well, I'm going to just work 10 days on Dimensions Kit. No, you need to go through the normal cycle as if you were using an app to stitch and then work with the paper. Are you with me? If you want to do it properly, we do it properly. So basically, you just stitch in whichever way rotations that you normally do. And then whatever stitching method, you can do color flow, you can do royal rolls, you can do extreme cross country, whatever it is, you just move on as usual, but using a paper chart. Laura says, everybody's sobbing now. I think everybody's just trying to find excuses, I I can't read paper chart because I'm allergic to papers or something like that. No excuses. Okay, guys. Ellen says, what paper? Ellen, what paper? Yes, exactly. Laura says, I'm down for it too. I have some older sadder stitch charts. Well, just making sure they're actually, not so simple that it doesn't matter, if you know what I mean. Yes, you could do samplers, but day to day we're doing full coverage. So, and you cannot be selective of the chart and start doing like, caterpillar patterns or something. Janine says, I watch you all struggle and complain while I'm using Pattern Keeper. Janine, but you can do that, okay? But you're missing out all the fun. I know Janine would like to join in. It's part of the experience, And even when you're suffering together, it's much better. It's a different kind of suffering. And we're going to look back and laugh, okay? We're going to look back and laugh with tears rolling down the face. Linda says, I use only paper chart. Oh, there you go. And I use a different color pencil every day to mark off every stitch. Okay, I'm going to get a set of color pencil. That's it. Great tip. Let me just highlight it here. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Where is it? I can't find it. Yes, here, this is a trick, okay? Linda says, I use different pencils, so it's not just one color pencil, different color pencils, so you can mark the progress every day to mark every single stitch. Do I like using paper charts and marking off my stitch? It's relaxing. There you go, Linda. You lead the way, Linda. We follow. And Elise says, I'm sorry, you probably said a number of times, but I'm new to the party. What are you stitching on? Seems fantastic for full coverage. Alice, welcome, first of all. And say hello to Alice. Yes, no problem at all. You join in. Welcome, well done. So I'm stitching this piece. You can see the markup on the upper right there. I'll show you the markup. This is from Ciro Marchetti. And this is called Patchwork Quilt. And it's a mini size from Heaven and Earth. So I don't know whether you're familiar with them. If you look up Ciro Marchetti, you can find this pattern too. Okay. It's beautiful, isn't it? And Ellen says, on the other side, maybe I will learn how to use my paper charts in a better way. It's already started with the paper, where to put it, and I put it on my fabric. Oh no, yes, that's the whole point, because, sometimes by going back to the basics, it might actually improve your stitching going forward, even when you're using an app, you have a brand new appreciation of everything. Suzanne says, I have a book that I bought with me, that I brought with me. I want to stitch, but I can hardly see how to do it. Oh dear. Stargazer says, I've been stitching for 38 years. Paper is where I came from. So Stargazer, do you park? Do you not park if you don't, because it's paper chart, it's tricky to do, or you're parking like a fiend with paper charts? There must be a system that you can work out, because all you need is a different color pen just for part threads. And you just mark the rest the same way, and just having some sort of highlighter or something for part threads, and move forward. Oh, I think it's workable. Not saying it will be easy, but it's workable. Mandy says, make it harder to do paper chart and make it a fancy lady. Join my club is hard. Someone complained, maybe it was Grace or who was that? Oh dear. My brain just stopped functioning. Someone talking about fancy lady charts. Quite hard to read with papers. Michelle Fuller. But you can always enlarge them a little bit, print them bigger, you know. Ginny says, using a paper chart for 10 days to me is like giving up my cell phone for 10 days. Nightmare. No, for some people it might be therapy. Because some people voluntarily basically not using iPhone. If you go to a retreat, like a yoga retreat, they probably won't force you to do it, but they will give you option to surrender your phone, like a gun. Surrender your phone. No one gets hurt, and you move forward, you know, on a retreat without the phone. When I did my yoga training for in yoga, I was asked that as well. For the main training, they didn't ask us to do that because you do need your phone for notes and everything. But for the in yoga training, like I did a couple of years ago, they give you option to surrender your phone. I have to confess, I didn't. I have to hold on to my phone. I have work coming in that I need to talk to them. But it's an option. Yes, color pencils is a very good idea, and also much better than ink-based pens, because ink-based pens, when you have your, you know, if you don't have it covered, they can dry out. Whereas color pencils, they're just there. That's a great idea. You can pick them up anytime. Oh, Ellen says, not with color blindness. Yes, that's a little bit tricky. But you don't have to mark with color pens. You can just mark it with a different shade of pen. There must be a way. So this is where everyone has to get creative to find solutions, right? Because it's so counterintuitive for some of us. And you have to get creative when there are challenges. Ellen says, they have a TV and computer in prison. They won't let you have a pair of scissors in jail. What a nightmare. Well, we talked about this before. It really depends on what type of offense that actually, you know, that you end up in jail. I think someone mentioned that white collar crimes, they're a bit more forgiving when it comes to scissors and non-violent crimes. I'm sure they do, because some prisons, do they not have like sewing, embroidery, whatever it is they do? They need to, you need to have scissors and needles. Amanda says, I don't have to remember to keep a paper chart charged. Exactly. You don't run out of battery. Yes. No system update is required. Just good old-fashioned paper. And also, if you have the PDF, even if you print out one sheet and it gets ruined for whatever reason, if you lose it, you just print another one. Okay, I'm going to end. Oh, so Betty is using color pencils as well. Oh, that's the paper girl's trick. I'm going to get some color pencil. And recently, I've been thinking about starting kind of do a bit of physical drawings again. Because, working as a designer, I kind of working digitally a lot. I kind of miss the sort of more traditional mediums rather. 33, I'm going to pop this on there. I used to do a lot of drawings on papers. I kind of miss that. Ginny is allergic to paper. I do not believe you. And I know you're also allergic to kale, okay? I don't believe you at all. There's no such a thing as a kale allergy. You could be the first one. Nido says, I get paper cuts. Just handle it. Handle the paper carefully, okay? Do not get cut. Ellen says, now I want to try it out. I know. Now it's sounding really exciting now. I'm going to get my color pencils. And we're going to set the date. Okay. 10-day challenge. Do not be the spoil sport. Join in, all right? We suffer together. Oh, Stargazer, Yogi, and none of those one-color long dogs either. Yes, you don't have to switch color, but you still have to mark your stitches, though. Yes, I think samplers, is up to the stitches, but we're looking at full coverage experience. And that's where the challenge is. Kelly says, this chart has really come alive. Look at all his excuses flying by. Oh, this chat, yes, I know. When it comes to excuses, everybody's on lurking themselves and go, well, I'm allergic to paper. Janine says, Yogi, color pencils are not your friends. Why? Why is that? They're my friends, I'm sure. Why not? They can be my friends. Marilyn, hello. Says, hi, Yogi and friends. Finally done running. Oh, no, I thought running. Running errands for the day. Well done, yeah. Now you can put your feet up and join us. Laura says, I don't have printers, so this would be interesting. I need a lot of prep work. Find a local library. Find a local library. If you don't have like a little print shop nearby, they're probably less and less now. But you can go to your local library, and because all you need is to print out the page you want, just one A4 sheet a day, maybe for different projects. And that's it. That's all you need. Elsie says, when does this challenge start? Good question. Just look at our stitching timetable here. So it's 3rd of April, right? Let me have a look at my calendar. So we have a couple of things ahead of us on the timetable we're planning to do. So today is the 3rd, okay? And then in 2 weeks' time, roughly, about 2 weeks, we're having our 16th, we're having our marathon. And after that, we're also looking for a time to start on a Saturday, one of the Saturdays, to start cross-stitch medals style. Okay, so that's kicking off as well. I suppose it probably doesn't matter if it clashes. I can imagine Yes, why? It's possible, right? Because let's say if I don't know, so 16th we do marathon, and then let's block 2 weeks until we do the medal style. That's till the 30th. It's up to you guys. We could potentially start. We can make it 10-day or 2 weeks. It's up to you, challenge. Let's say if we start on the 25th, right? And our paper challenge. And we could potentially stitch Chris's pattern with a paper chart. What say you? Because they don't have to clash over each other. They can, go in parallel. And that might be fun. We can have a Sal, Chris, we can have the medal Sal stitching paper chart. Because Chris just, put a lot of work in and come up with the saga version. We're stitching with paper chart. But, it's only for 10 days. Afterwards, we're switching back to saga pattern keeper. But if you want to, maybe some of you want to stay paper. Who knows? But that's potentially possible. So, yes, give me some ideas. Because they can run parallel to each other. Betty says, is the challenge full coverage or just a chart of your choice? I would like to say full coverage because that's where the real challenge is. With samplers, that type of stuff is probably quite easy. Even I could do it. Even I could do it. But full coverage is where the real challenge is. So I would like to say we're aiming at full coverage. Your day-to-day bread and butter stitching. Elsie says, I have a tablet holder, and when I use paper charts or booklet, I use large quilting clips to clip to the tablet. Oh, that's a very good. That's a very good suggestion, because I was thinking in my mind, where do I put the paper? Because stitching with you, I probably need to prove to you that I'm actually using a paper chart. I'm not sneakily looking at, my pattern keeper saga. So I'll show you the paper as well. So for me, it would be different. But for you, if you have a setup somewhere you can clip the paper to keep it stable, then just using the tablet stand is a very good idea. You can just reuse that without having to, come up with a different solution. Kelly says, I have a chatelaine and the paper chart had reverse image symbols comparing to the PDF version. What? It's just did they print it inverted? So strange. Stargazer says, Yogi, I park on a few projects, but if I went to paper, I wouldn't be trying to park. I'd be working across country or typewriter. Oh, yes, typewriter, row by row stitching. It would be easier way for a new stitcher. Yes, very sensible, very sensible. You don't have to park. But I'll be interested to find out how I would manage parking with paper chart. I know it's doable because I know, stitchers that do it. They have a marking system they worked out. Because I can use paper pencils, different color pencils, to mark the daily progress, or to distinguish the stitches for whatever reason. And then maybe use a marker. That's a different kind of pen to mark the past threads. So it's very, very clear where they are. Maybe different color as well, like a bright green or yellow or red or something. Yeah, I can see that working in my head. Amanda says, oh, even park for those 10 days since I already use paper. I know this would be the time because normally, if you're a paper girl or paper stitcher, you come to a group, or any group really, majority of people using digital app, you probably feel like, oh, I'm slightly different, but those 10 days would be the time for you to shine, Those people already stitching papers on a daily basis, those 10 days to celebrate you. And you guys could be laughing at us for 10 days. How wonderful. And maybe providing some tips, providing some guidance. Clara says, can it be just one whip using paper chart? So 10-day challenge. So if you are one of those stitchers, Clara, I know for sure you're not, okay? If you're one of the stitchers that you stitch the same projects for 10 days, then yes, you can just have one project with paper. But the idea is to do your day-to-day normal rotation or whatever you have, but using papers, if you know what I mean, without rearrange or select your project specifically for this purpose. That's the whole point. You just stitch normally as whatever projects that you will stitch daily, but you stitch them with paper. That's it. That's the challenge. And Rose, hello Rose. Rose says, I think forever color pencils would be perfect for paper chart marking because they never need sharpening. Available on Temu. So they don't need sharpening. So when we say color pencils, we are talking about pencils. Pencils need to be sharpened though. Do they not wear off and get blunt after a while? We're not talking about markers, are we? We're talking about pencil. Do they not need sharpening? Laura says, some weeks I don't touch any full coverage besides stamp kits. Yes, stamp kits would be interesting because if you normally do a stamp kit, yes, you don't need papers, do you? But it's up to you, Laura. If you just stitch naturally, you know, go through your normal rotation and with charts that you normally use your app to do, you stitch with papers. So it's up to you. But of course, if you want a real challenge, you stitch with paper charts every day for 10 days. Stargazer says, I started with a cardboard box, a paper chart page, paper clip, and the yellow highlighter. The box will hold your paper and won't fall over. See? You know, tips like this coming out because normally we don't think about it. And a simple setup like a cardboard box. Yes, because, you know, it's much better if you clip your chart A4 sheet somewhere that you can, you know where it is, and somewhere stable enough that you can do your marking, and that's it. Yes, it doesn't have, you know, you don't have to get new accessories, maybe just some pens. And you can just use your environment, you know, whatever things you already have, and be creative, I think. All right. Let me see if I should park here. Why not? Go on then. And maybe it would be quite nice to not use the app at all. Just for that purpose, just give it a rest. Grace says, do you mean 10 days in a row? Or how about 1 day a week where you stream for 10 weeks? No, 10 days in a row with Grace. 10 days in a row. Because I think it's better because then you can just adjust your setup for those 10 days without switching back and forth. You know what I mean? So you don't have to update, let's say if a project that you stitch 1 day with paper on, you know, on an A4 sheet, and then you want to switch back to the app the next day or the next time you work on it, it's a little bit fiddly. So we're going to do 10 days straight, 10 days straight. Janine, very good point. Keep this in mind. She says you use the paper chart. Oh, I lost. Yes. Use the paper chart for 10 days and then you have to transfer those stitches back to your saga pattern. Yes, that's true. Because I'm, you know, I probably rotate my projects 10 days in a row or different projects. So it could be I just need to prepare for all the 10 projects potentially, and then, you know, just transfer those stitches back. It shouldn't be too bad. You know, just think about the number of stitches I do each session. Not that many. So, and particularly if I do block by block, it's very easy. So. Betty say they have shots for allergies. Is there special shots for paper allergies? Janine will need it. 3805. Oh no, it's not. 891. 891. Here we go. Let me have a look. Why does it look different? What have I missed? Here, there. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches that I have not done yet. Interesting. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have not done these ones. Hang on a second. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm going to start here. See you later, Mandy. Ellen says, with 240 colors, it can be tricky to find even your symbols in the floss key. Now I think about it. Yes, I think the floss key, you probably need to keep it on the side as a separate file for your references. Yes, it can be tricky, but this is how people would do it without apps. This is pre-Pattern Keeper time. If, you know, because Heaven and Earth has been around for, was it 25 years? Something like that, quarter of a century, Ellen. And Pattern Keeper or apps like that probably has only been around for like 10 years, something like that. So how did people do it beforehand? You know, I don't think people just sit there and start sobbing. So, you know, I think the challenge would be working out a creative way to do it efficiently. And the methods are definitely there because it has been done. People were stitching this type of projects before for at least 25 years. Kelly says, there's a sow. Yes, we have many sows. Gayla says, we will call our paper pattern challenge a throwback challenge. Yes. And Rachel, hello. Rachel says, I do have chatelaine on paper. I think they were on paper, aren't they? And chatelaine, even though it's not fully covered, but it's quite, you know, challenging to stitch as well. And I heard the chart is a little bit tricky to read. Rachel says, a lot of my older projects I haven't touched in years on paper patterns before Pattern Keeper came out, and I have not gotten them out because I have to continue on paper. Yes, absolutely. Miaolin says, I tried parking with paper pattern. I think cross-stitch medals technique works really well for paper patterns. That's such a wonderful point. Merlin, you know, if we start the paper chart, if I start the paper chart on the, let me look at my calendar. This is May, right? And so 16th we do marathon, and then we skip 1 week, you know, take a break. 25th, let's say 25th, we start a paper chart challenge, paper only challenge. For 10 days. So that would take us, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say if we mark the 3rd of June, which is a Wednesday, as a last day, which would be nice because Wednesdays we stitch dimensions pattern. So it would be a beautiful chart, very easygoing chart for paper. And that's 10 days, right? And 30th. So we start on 25th. 30th, we do the medal, cross stitch medals saw, and we can stitch his method, using his method on the paper chart. Oh, this has all come together as a beautiful circle. Yes, we can actually stitch using his method and with paper chart. Oh, I see this working in my head. Yes. What say you? And Ruth says, Yogi, yes, pencils, I have a set. They color just the same, regular pencils, but they do not wear down, really? How can they not wear down if they're pencils? Pencils wear down. What kind of magic pencils are they? Elsie says, I'm starting a mirror tomorrow and I have to use a paper chart until I take it to a Staples to make a PDF. Is the chart really large? Oh, but you can just take photos of each A4 sheets and their apps very easily, just bind them together as long as you take good shots. There's an app I use a lot called Scanner Pro. So it's not just taking a picture, it's got some correction functionality as well. So it makes everything nice and straight and clear. And you can create your own PDFs yourself. Suzanne says, this is scary talk. I'm going to pen out on that note. Yes, 99, Suzanne. I think the more you think about it, or more I think about it, the less scary it becomes. It's still going to be a challenge, but, you know, I have a faith because, as I said, this type of chart has been stitched by stitchers before us without using a, digital app. They managed. Why can't we? I'm going to regret saying that. I'm going to figure out why can't I do it? But that's part of the challenge, isn't it? So I'm going to leave this thread there because it's too short. Okay, 10-day challenge, paperless, appless, paper chart only coming up, okay? Oh, May is going to be jam-packed with actions. Amanda says, I'm very excited to figure out if I can park without marking my chart. Oh, are you looking at not marking? Oh, that'll be interesting. I'd like to know. That one is done as well. $3805. It's a hot pink. Susan says, I use a metal plate with magnetic pieces. Yes, I remember I probably have one like that when I was doing Maggie for the first time. I may have something like that. Of course, now it's probably, I don't know where it's gone. But yes, there's like a magnet. You can probably do that with a needle minder, can't you? You can just have a cardboard to prop it somewhere and just use a needle minder to hold the paper on the board. Yes, well, I've never heard of forever color pencils. I thought pencils, they wear off. And Ellen says another thing, how to enlarge your paper chart. Small symbols are difficult to see. Well, I suppose you can print a paper chart. So for instance, how I would do it would be, it depends on the app that you use. You should be able to do it from wherever. Have a A4 sheet, right? Let me just put this back. If you have an A4 sheet like this, for instance, and you normally print this way, you can change your orientation to this and only print the top part, but double the size. So so this will fit the entire A4 sheet this way, if that makes sense. So the chart is like this. So you just print this portion on one sheet and then print the other one on this sheet. So a lot of printer option, when you go to print, you can kind of crop out certain area. Not all the apps can do that depending on where you are, but you should be able to do it. And so you essentially double the size of whatever you're printing, but you have to print one A4 sheet will break up into 2 sheets, if you know what I mean. It can be done, and particularly if you have some sort of graphic, I think you can probably do that from PDF, like Adobe Acrobat or something. Reader. When you print, it should give you options on which part of the chart you want to print. An Acrobat Reader is free for everyone. Janine says, for those think it's a scary talk, be like me and just say you are doing paper, but really are using pattern keeper. Oh, Janine, yes. Janine just, confessed she's going to cheat. Okay. Janine, you can do that, but you're missing out the essence of the experience, and I bet Janine's going to change her mind. She's going to be rushing out, buying a printer, and start printing like a fiend. And afterwards, she's going to turn into a paper girl and never look back. And get those color pencils, okay? Grace, thank you for your confidence. Grace says, just think, Yogi, you will be able to stitch 2 if you go paper. I think you will essentially break my own record. My record, the pinnacle of the slow stitching is 60 stitches. Let's half, maybe it's going to be half of that. I'm going to break world record in slow stitching and reach the stitch count of 30. Dun, dun, dun. I know I'm winning. Okay, I am going to end this thread here. There's nowhere else to park. Well, in fact, I can park. I'm going to park. Oh, no. There's already one there. So I am going to end this one right here. Three, 805. Amanda says, I take my floss key to the actual pattern. Yes, just some way you can reference very quickly. Yes, can be done. Okay, 602. 602. Nido says the floss cards used to have the symbols as well as number. Yes, they still do now, don't they? They have both to cross-reference. Laura. Laura says, I think Yogi is training us for the apocalypse or imprisonment. Yes, Laura. Yes, this is a life skill. It's going to come very handy either way. Yes, we're going to keep stitching, even when even when it's not apocalypse. For sure, for sure. I think we probably need more stitching post apocalypse. I think life will be slightly more stressful then. We can use a spot of stitching. Shirley Lulu says I use Goodreader for my charlatans. I'm a fan, not a fan of paper patterns. That's the whole point. Yes, I use Goodreader a lot as well. Before I use Pattern Keeper, I just use the built-in highlighter as the color pencils. Okay, I'm gonna park. So Clara, are you doing Chris's chart on a marathon? Because a marathon is for Stitches So Beautiful, and then we can do Meadow Saw 2 weeks later, which will overlap our paper only challenge. Betty says, is it wrong if I'm being sad that I'll probably miss the marathon because it's my birthday weekend and the family insist we do things together? Oh, yes, it's we're going to miss you, but, family first and have fun for your birthday as well. Yes. And definitely remind us when it gets closer. I mean, happy birthday to you anyway, And, but yeah, you can always watch replay. I know it's not as fun as being here, is it? But $22. So this chart has a fair number of, and the first 35 colors. Interesting. Because the recent charts, Heaven and Earth charts, they don't use the first 35 that much. Just one stitch here. Ellen says I need a lesson from Kamari on how to do that. Even Kamari will be a really good one to learn from. If you browse her earlier charts, maybe like 2-3 years ago, she was paper only girl, but she doesn't part though. So her setup was purely for short distance cross country, but she's very efficient doing that. Not everybody can do the way she does. Your hands will probably, your right, stitching hand will be very sore, probably for me, but for her, it worked. She was stitching like that all day long. Captain Squirrel, hello. Captain Squirrel says hello to Yogi Squad. Hello to you as well. 22. Ruth says Forever cover pencil has a tip rather than lead, but color the same as any pencil. And Temu has a large variety than Amazon. I didn't know. So it's a kind of a special color pencil. Interesting. So it's not sort of conventional pencil. Interesting. I'm going to look that up. I don't mind sharpening the pencils, but you know, it's if I can get away without doing it, it's even better. 947. 947. Passion for stamping, hello. And Passion says, I have woodless color pencils that you sharpen, but they last forever. What? What are those magic pencils? They're just popping up from everywhere. Woodless color pencils that you have to sharpen, but they last forever. How does that work? Those alien pencils. I need to find out more. Ellen says, Yogi, there are no sprints to start with paper charts. Oh, yes, that's true. Guys, I think Ellen just highlighted another element of, look at this, another element of the paper chart. We have to, or some of you, the competitive ones, we have to let go of the concept of stitch counts. How great is that? That's a great point, because you can't have a sprint. You can't really meaningfully calculate. You can probably gauge roughly, okay? And that's what people used to do. They don't sit down and start calculating how many, how long am I going to finish this piece? There's no way to calculate that. There's no average number of stitches the app can do for you, and there's no stitch counts. You can guess, but you probably can't get, like precisely what number of stitches. And I think it's very good things to let go, at least for 10 days, right? If that's your thing, if you're constantly counting, join in, okay? Wonderful. Yes, that's a great point. No sprint. I think for me, that would be very easy, because even with, using an app, I really look. If I was stitching by myself, I just stitch and move on. I don't check. But for some of you, you know who you are. I think it's very nice to go for 10 days without counting. Just let it be. Janine says, I think the non-paper people will try for 2 days or 3 days tops and say, what was I thinking? Where's my tablet? Either that, Ginny, or you go, wow, where have I been? This is so much fun. So freeing. This is where the freedom is. I'm going to go paper forever. 947. And you draw your conclusion. But we're doing it for 10 days, okay? Come along. Eight, 9-1. 891. pink. Oh, it's more red. Grace says, did you mention Susan uses paper patterns? Maybe she can give some pointer. Susan, this is your time to shine, okay? Susan says you can mark the stitches in your app after you finish for the day. But why would you want to do that though, Susan? Let it go. Yes, next time when you come back, after the 10 days, if you decide not to go paper forever like Susan, then you can mark those stitches. But I think letting go at least for 10 days, it's fair, right? It's part of the experience. Passion says, when does the paper chart SAL start? I think we're starting. Let me check my calendar again, because we're doing 16. Is our Stitches So Beautiful marathon. We have 1 week regular stitching, and on 25th, which is Monday. How's that? Oh, Monday, I'm not here. Hang on. Let's restart. How about if we start on Dimension Day? How's that? So we have an easier start, moving in, because dimension is slightly easier to stitch with paper pattern. We can start on the 27th. Guys, take notes, put it on your calendar. 16th we do pattern so 16th here. 16th is the Saturday. Let me zoom out a little bit. We do our marathon. And then we leave it for a week and a half, because Monday I'm not here, okay? So we can start our paper only challenge on 27th, which is a Wednesday, our dimensions SAL. So we can start nice and slow, stitching dimension with paper, right? That'll be easier for everyone. Ease in for a week to 7 days. 8, 9, 10. Oh, it would take us to a weekend, which is the 6th, which is Saturday. Amy SAL. That would be our last day of the challenge. How does that sound? So as we move forward, as we start on the 27th, we're going to come across the meadow SAL, cross-stitch meadow SAL on the 30th. So 2 weeks from the marathon, we're doing Chris's pattern, and we are, if you're joining in, and you should, we're stitching the new start from Chris with paper and using his pattern, using his method. Probably I need to look into his method more carefully. I would like to start his pattern using one of his methods, and then we stitch all the way to the 6th to end our paper challenge. That's a plan. Grace says, okay, if we're moving into the dark ages, we need to stitch by candlelight. Well, the choice is yours. If you like to go blind for the next 3 years. Grace, yes, candlelight. All right then. Yes, you have the option to stitch with candlelight. And we have to start eating medieval food as well. So the whole lifestyle, we're going to evolve into, 19th century, the Victorian time. And we're going to start, what did people eat at that time? We have to introduce some Victorian food. Do they have chocolate? I wonder. Do we have to change the chocolate time to some sort of something else? Janine says, how much longer are you working on Monday nights? Well, technically, May should be the last month. But from the look of it, I have spoken to the managers from studio. He's not sure whether he would like me to end by the end of May. I have to check again, because the last time when I spoke to him, he wasn't sure, because the teacher I cover for, I don't know, I didn't pry, I didn't want to find out what happened to him or whatever. I have no idea what happened to him, but he has not given updates about him coming back. So it's possible it might go on for a little bit more or not. I don't know. So I'm going to check again, probably in a week or two. Hopefully they'll give me an answer. I'm happy to help, but I need something a bit more definite. I don't want them to just keep me covering without giving me an end date, because I can't plan ahead, So I will check with them. But technically, May should be the last month. But not just yet. Oh yes, Grace, that's right. They probably had kale. How about some kale for a medieval stitching, like a Victorian stitching, back to Victorian time with candlelights and kale eating. Amanda says, I actually do stitch by kerosene lamp. What is that? Is it bright enough? Do people go blind for that? Marilyn says, Yogi, that also means no fridge. Oh, Marilyn has just tripled the difficulty, hardcore mode, hard difficulty for this challenge. Marilyn says, no fridge for 10 days if you want to really do the Victorian age. Yes, the authentic Victorian experience, okay? We're going to eat kale, no fridge for 10 days. What else do they eat back in those days? We need to do some research. We need to experience how those beautiful stitches, Victorian stitches, how did they manage? Well, I'm not sure if they did full coverage. I'm not sure if they did heaven and earth full coverage. But yes, that's a spirit, isn't it? And Stargazer, Yogi says, May 16th is the stitch is so beautiful. And this is the world of heart, soul, and for how long? And for how long? Oh yes, so you can follow the theme of heart shape. Absolutely love that. But any pattern from Stitch is so beautiful. And we're stitching for 10 or 11 hours. That's our marathon. Normally we do at least 10 hours, but for the new year we did 11. So hey, you want to keep the record going. So I will decide maybe the day or two before, and if we can start and aim for 11 hours, we can do that. So we start in the UK time, maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You have to do the conversion for your local time. And we stitch all the way round the clock to 12 midnight. Okay, so that's the plan for our marathon. Oil lamp. This is getting really hardcore. Someone just turned on the hard mode for this challenge. Okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And Stargazer says, eat cornbread from cast iron skillets. Yes, start baking, guys. Cornbread coming up. And Susan says, according to Google, chocolate was introduced to England in the 1650s. Oh, we're safe, we're safe. Yes, we have chocolate. No kale need apply. Liar, Susan. Yes, Susan's being really selective with the Googling, ignoring the part mentioning the Victorian kale eating. It was mandatory for everybody. And hey guys, I just finished this blog just laughing and stitching. But this stitch is a little bit iffy, isn't it? It looks like it's not being stitched. Okay, laughing too soon. There's one stitch here. I think I might have missed that stitch. Let me address the issue here. One stitch missing, and that's 602. So chocolate is safe. We have chocolate. 602. I'm not sure about the giant chocolate button, but 602. So we can eat our chocolate. And yoga is definitely there, Yoga is from ancient time. No clashes there. But we need to eat some cornbread, do we? Okay, Heather, now you're making it very appetizing. Tripe, boiling down pig's feet to get gelatin. Did they have that much to eat in the Victorian time? Well, maybe rich people. But what about peasants like me? What kind of food will they be eating? Grass, mostly. Garden weed, if you have a garden. Alandria says, it doesn't feel like a challenge. Only use an app for the first time when I started traveling library for my birthday in November. I've been a paper user since 90s. But guys like you, stitchers like you, Susan, this is your time to shine. But also stitching might be, with paper might be easy. How about the Victorian lifestyle? The oil lamp and all that. Is that easy for you, Alandria? Think again. We're making it hard mode, okay? Yes, this is time for paper girls to shine. We need your guidance, okay? Lead us to the light, not darkness. But we can eat chocolate. That's good. Kelly says, I believe the upper class had ice boxes. No kidding. In Victorian time, they have fridge. The iceman would deliver a block of ice every day, just one block. Yes, but how effective is that? So just keeping things cool. Wow, but I suppose British weather is not that hot even back then. So icebox. Okay, so one block of ice every day, but put in what? Like a wooden box or underground? What is it? 602. 602. But I'm a peasant. I do not have a budget for icebox. Who invented kale anyway? Does it need to be invented, Grace? They just grow, don't they? Just like weed. Guys, this blog is finished. How glorious. Yes, let's have a look. It's 12:30. Oh, Passion says, well, this is normally the time we start digging into food, okay? Normally at the end of the stream, okay? That's when everything kind of just all come up. And Passion says, spread chocolate on the cornbread. That sounds delicious, actually. Absolutely. And how do you spread chocolate? You have to melt the chocolate, don't you? I think back in Victorian time, they probably didn't have delicious, chocolate spread in a packet. Janine says, someone wants to eat branches, invented kale. Janine, be nice to kale. They have feelings. Yes, they don't need to be invented. They're just the beautiful things. They just grow just like that from nature. And Melvin says, I feel like peasant ate pretty well back then. since they grew all their food without pesticides. Yes, they probably have to grow most things they eat, or bake the bread and etc. I love it. I love the idea. You bake your own bread, and with no chemicals, no additives, preservatives, just good old-fashioned, bread. Alandria says, I used to stitch in my bedroom by tea light. Really? After my mum took my light bulb away. Why would she do such a thing? Why would your mom take your light bulb away? Nowadays parents take their game consoles and or their mobile phones away. For Alandria, it was a light bulb. Oh dear. Fun memories. And Amanda says, ice boxes are very, very effective. The ice was delivered a couple of times a week. Some are still in use today. In the UK, they had cold shelf in the ladder to keep things cool, sometimes up to probably weeks. I'm making it up now. But if you think about it, for delivery, nowadays, from Amazon, whatever, sometimes they have paper bags with lining from the inside, tin foil type of thing, to keep the coolness from the inside. They have ice packs and everything. That's kind of that, even though it might not be very long lasting. But I can imagine if you have somewhere like a hole underground, and you put a block of ice in, it should keep most things, chilled, because you're not trying to freeze anything. It's not a freezer. It's kind of a fridge, cooling area. Amanda says in 1960s they didn't use ice though. No, but how do you produce ice though? Hang on, I have questions. How do they Victorian time? How do they produce ice? You need some sort of fridge, some sort of freezer to produce ice. I'm sure they didn't import, ice cubes from Alaska. How do they get ice? Kelly says, an ice box is a wooden box lined with tin. But never mind, no ice for peasants. Yes, that's me. And Travis, hello. Welcome. Heather House says, when I was very young, we had an ice box. The Iceman sounds like a boogeyman. In horror films, I'm sure Iceman means something else. The Iceman brought blocks of ice about a foot square. That is huge. That's enough for skating. And Alandria says, because I used red stitch drawer all night. So it's a punishment. No light bulbs for you, Alandria. And Amanda says most flour was alterated in the Victorian era. Cheaper ingredients were put into the flour. Oh, really? Even back then? That's not nice. They start fiddling. And as well as adding whiteness. And city people could not grow their own food and just had to deal with it. It's a little bit like now, because we buy everything from supermarkets and stuff. We have no choice in terms of how the flour is produced, how the food's produced. Either we buy them or we don't. So anything goes, any additives, chemicals they put in the food, we just have to put up with it. It's very similar. Things haven't changed that much. Laura says, I used to love the show Victorian Farm. A few historians who lived a full year using Victorian way to keep up a farm. I know there are YouTube channels as well, the people living the lifestyle of certain era. It could be Victorian time, it could be medieval time, and they kind of just live the way and make food the way they used to do, as much as they can manage. No way, Heather says the ice was cut from frozen rivers in the winter and packed in straw for later. So they just stay frozen in straw. What are we talking about? Like dry straw, like hay. But how do they stay frozen? And frozen rivers? I mean, I'm just thinking in the UK, how easy is it to get frozen rivers? I mean, some years they don't even snow. The Iceman is also a nickname for American mobster. Oh, Laura, that's why when I hear Iceman, I don't have, you know, I get slightly nervous. It sounds like Boogeyman. report important update from our gentleman stitcher here. Okay, Travis says, I redid my nails today. I put a pearlescent color over the black. It turned the black into emerald green. Dun dun dun. That's the tips, guys, ladies. Take note down the tips. This is how you do it. Well done, Travis. We need photos. Travis, we have photos of your Pokemons. We need a nail art photos from Travis, okay? So we can learn the tips. Amanda says the ice was one of the things they did import-export starting from the 1830s. Oh, so maybe importing from other countries. I'm just thinking how easy, you know, how frequently you get ice, you know, lakes or river in this country. From the 1830s, you guys got it from Norway. Okay, they've got plenty of ice. And America, I have no idea there's import and export ice cubes back in those days. Because I'm thinking, well, they didn't have the technology to freeze the water. But the thing is, if the water is coming from, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't go into food. I'm just thinking the water probably, you know, it's got all sorts of things mixed in, like the ice cubes from nature. And wow. See, I'm learning something already. Can you imagine if we start to live like Victorians? Yes, there used to be a TV show many years ago, actually. There are two people. There's a comedian lady and there's another guy. They lived they kind of simulate lifestyle of various eras. Some more modern, like in the 70s or 60s or 50s, and sometimes, you know, way back to medieval time or Victorian time. And it was really interesting. They just go through whatever, you know, try to reproduce the food and the clothing and the lifestyle. Some of them look like hard work. Yeah, straw and straw dust to keep the ice cold. I have no idea. Yes. Grace says the caveman must have had a difficult time. Yes. But the thing is, something being difficult is relative, isn't it? It's only if you have references of something that's easier. Maybe our life right now is really difficult, but we just don't know because this is what we're used to, right? So maybe back then for caveman, they thought they were having a great time. You know, the technology is like the pinnacle of technology at that time with hammers and tools. Who knows? So it's all relative. Yes, guys, on that note, Yogi is going to sign out and get some sleep. And it's 12 minutes to 1 o'clock, guys. Every time we get to this hour, the chat just start to, you know, get into really, really interesting places. And so thank you, guys. And, you know, because of you, we have an interesting chat. I'm just, you know, riding along with you. And thank you for your wisdom and your humor. You always try to make me laugh. And I'm trying to make you laugh. I do my best. But you're always funnier than me. So here we go. So we have some plan for May, okay? It's going to be jam-packed. And starting, we're going to do our marathon and then our 10-day paper challenge. You're joining in, okay? No excuses, whoever you are. And then we have the medal SAR as well happening as well, okay? And I'll remind everybody with the dates as well, so don't worry, and you will be reminded. So from here, and tomorrow, Monday, normally we don't have Monday stream, but this week is bank holiday weekend, so we're going to have a special Monday evening broadcast, quality broadcast, and tomorrow, so we're going to come back with another project. So until then, enjoy the rest of the weekend. You know, if you're in the UK, happy bank holiday weekend, and if not, just enjoy every day. It's a beautiful day every day. And so from here, me to you, with love. Night-night, everyone. Give me some Dolly. Give me some 99. Send me to bed. And guys from the UK as well. Alandra is here. Susan is here. And I'll see you tomorrow. All right? Night-night. Bye-bye.